The wind, a restless spirit sweeping down from the frost, kissed peaks of the Dragon's Tooth Mountains, carried the scent of impending rain and the sharp, clean fragrance of distant pines. It was the familiar perfume of the northern reaches, a scent woven into the very fabric of Evelyn's life since birth in the sheltered valleys far to the south, nestled amongst the gentler slopes of the Whisperwind Range. Yet tonight, breathed in under the imposing shadow of the looming Shadowclaw Fortress, it felt alien, heavy with an unspoken dread that coiled like a serpent in the pit of her stomach. The fortress itself was a jagged silhouette against the bruised twilight sky, seeming less like a structure built by human or werewolf hands, and more like a natural outcrop of the mountain's own dark heart. Ancient stones saturated with centuries of harsh survival, bloody conquests, and shadowed secrets. It was a place built for war, for enduring siege, its very architecture radiating a brutalist power that scorned beauty for sheer, unyielding strength. Evelyn Evie, as she insisted. Clinging desperately to that small, familiar piece of her identity in this overwhelming, unfamiliar territory smoothed down the heavy, borrowed velvet of her gown, midnight blue, the color of the deepest twilight. It felt less like clothing and more like a costume, a heavy, restrictive disguise for a role she had never auditioned for, had never desired, Luna of the formidable Shadowclaw pack. The fabric was richer than anything worn in Silverstream, yet it felt cold against her skin, lacking the comforting warmth of the familiar wool and linen spun by her own pack members. The weight of it pressed down on her shoulders, a physical manifestation of the burden she carried. Her own pack, the Silverstream, nestled in the verdant, sun-dappled valleys cradled by the whisper winds, was smaller, quieter. A community built on intricate diplomacy and carefully cultivated alliances rather than the raw dominance favored by their northern neighbors, where Shadowclaw history was etched in battle scars and conquest. Silverstream's was written in treaties and trade agreements. Silverstream wolves valued cunning over claws, strategy over overt shows of strength. Their alpha, her father Gideon Ashworth, led with thoughtful consideration, his lineage tracing back not to warrior kings, but to skilled mediators and lore keepers. Their history was rich with tales of brokered peace treaties, clever negotiations that averted bloodshed, and alliances built on mutual respect, not fear. Evie had grown up surrounded by reasoned debate in the council chamber, the scent of old parchment, beeswax candles, and calming herbs like chamomile and lavender filling the air, not the metallic tang of constant readiness for battle that seemed to seep from Shadowclaw's very stones like old bloodstains. She recalled childhood lessons not in combat drills, but in deciphering ancient texts, learning the nuances of territorial law, and mastering the art of subtle persuasion, skills that felt utterly useless here. In the shadow of brute force, the histories of their two packs were intertwined, yet starkly divergent. Ancient scrolls in the Silverstream archives spoke of the early days, when Vorlog the Fierce, the first Shadowclaw Alpha, carved out his territory with unmatched ferocity, subjugating lesser packs and claiming the resource-rich mountains through ruthless warfare. The Silverstream ancestors, then a nomadic band seeking fertile ground, had chosen a different path, negotiating passage and settling disputes through dialogue, eventually finding their peaceful valley sanctuary. There had been wary respect between the packs for generations, an acknowledgement of different strengths, but little warmth and even less interaction. The Shadowclaws were the shield of the North, the grim guardians against the horrors that lurked in the frozen wastes and shadowed peaks, while the Silverstreams were the diplomats, the traders, the weavers of peace in the gentler southern lands. Two sides of the same coin, perhaps, but forged in vastly different fires. But strategy, for all its elegance, had failed Silverstream. In recent months, encroaching bands of feral wolves, exhibiting an unnatural coordination and savagery utterly foreign to typical rogue behavior, pressed relentlessly at their borders. Patrols returned weary and bloodied, if they returned at all, reporting organized flanking maneuvers, strategic retreats designed to lure them into traps, and a disturbing lack of fear that bordered on suicidal fanaticism. These weren't the desperate, starving loners they occasionally encountered. These were disciplined killers moving with chilling purpose. Worse still were the hushed whispers, fragmented tales carried on the wind, and by weary patrols returning from the Gloomwood Pass, the shadowed, mist-choked valleys that lay like a festering wound between Silverstream territory and the Shadowclaw's domain. A place avoided even by the Shadowclaws themselves, unless absolutely necessary, rumored to be tainted by old, lingering magic. These weren't just stories of ferals anymore. They spoke of darker things stirring, of shadows that moved with unnatural speed, of eyes glowing with malevolent, chillingly intelligent red light, hinting at ancient, primal magic, malevolent and hungry, awakening after centuries of slumber. Some whispered of figures glimpsed in the mist, tall and gaunt, directing the feral assaults with silent hand gestures, figures that vanished like smoke when approached. Whispers of the Night Weavers, the ancient coven of sorcerers defeated by Vorlog ages ago, began to surface again, chilling the Silverstream Council to the bone. Could remnants of that dark power be rising again, manipulating the ferals, probing the pack boundaries? Desperation had become the Silverstream Council's primary advisor, overriding decades of cautious independence and carefully maintained neutrality. And so, facing the very real threat of annihilation, they had offered her hand traded her hand to Alpha Marcus Volkov of the Shadowclaws. It was the brutal linchpin of a treaty forged in fear, a desperate gambit to secure their borders beneath the shield of Shadowclaw's formidable power, a sacrifice laid upon the altar of pack survival. The weight of that decision pressed down on Evie, heavier than the velvet gown, colder than the northern wind cutting through the mountain passes. She was a treaty bride, a political offering, a symbol of Silverstream's desperation. Evie wasn't naive. At 22, steeped in the lore and necessities of werewolf existence since puphood, she understood the harsh realities of pack politics. Political marriages were ancient traditions, threads woven into the very tapestry of their history, born of necessity, cemented in blood and vows exchanged under watchful moons. They were alliances made flesh, symbols of unity meant to deter enemies and strengthen bloodlines. Many great packs had been founded or saved by such unions. But Marcus Volkov wasn't just any alpha. He was a legend whispered across the territories, a figure carved from granite and storm clouds. His name synonymous with unyielding strength and brutal efficiency. His reputation preceded him like a physical force. Tales of him holding collapsing mine tunnels single-handedly while his warriors escaped. The ceiling groaning above him, buying precious seconds with sheer, impossible strength, of routing feral incursions that outnumbered his warriors 3-1 through sheer tactical brilliance and personal ferocity, of facing down monstrous beasts emerging from thawing glaciers in the farthest north. Creatures of nightmare thought only to exist in ancient, terrifying legends. A powerhouse, an anchor against the encroaching darkness, a force of nature seemingly impervious to fear or doubt, the undisputed master of the harsh northern reaches. And he was cursed. That was the shadow that hung heavy over the legend. the chilling counterpoint to the tales of impossible strength, an affliction whispered about in fearful undertones, never fully explained outside the tightest Shadowclaw inner circles, details shrouded in secrecy and rampant, often contradictory, speculation across the territories. It was said that under the light of the 3 nights of the full moon, he transformed not just into a wolf, a natural and controlled shift for their kind, but into something other, something primal, uncontrollable, a mindless beast consumed by insatiable rage and agony. The whispers spoke of reinforced, silver-laced chambers deep beneath the earth, built generations ago, constantly maintained and strengthened. They spoke of howls that echoed the agony of a soul being torn asunder, sounds that carried even to distant homesteads on still nights, chilling the blood of all who heard them, a terrifying reminder of the Alpha's hidden torment. It was called the Maledictus Sanguinis, the blood curse, a blight upon the Volkov line for generations, whispered to be the final, vengeful act of the defeated Nightweavers against Vorlag the Fierce, a poison woven directly into his bloodline, passed down from father to son, inescapable and devastating. Fear was a cold, hard knot tightening in her stomach, more constricting than the boned corset hidden beneath the velvet gown. She clutched the small, smooth worry stone in her pocket, its familiar coolness a stark contrast to the heat, flushing her cheeks. It was river-smoothed quartz, milky white with gray veins like tiny frozen rivers, a relic from a childhood spent exploring the sun-warmed banks of the Silver Stream River, building dams of pebbles and dreaming of adventures beyond her peaceful valley, a time that felt lifetimes away now. With every step her borrowed, ill-fitting slippers took on the rough-hewn stone path leading towards the imposing, black stone fortress of the Shadowclaw Den. She felt that carefree childhood self slipping further away, being consumed by the uncertain, terrified silhouette of a Luna she didn't know how to be, for a pack she didn't know, bound to an Alpha she deeply feared, both for his legendary power and his monstrous affliction. Flashback, Silverstream Council Chamber, 2 months prior. The air in the Silverstream Council Chamber, usually smelling of aged wood, beeswax candles, the comforting scent of dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and the familiar tang of damp earth clinging to cloaks, was thick with an unfamiliar tension, sharp with the scent of worried wolves, the acrid undertone of fear beneath their controlled exteriors. Maps lay spread across the heavy oak table, marked with unsettling symbols, jagged red lines indicating the increasing frequency and calculated brutality of the feral attacks along their northern and eastern borders. Encroaching closer each week, Elder Rowan, his face etched with lines of deep concern, his usual gentle eyes clouded with weariness, laid out the grim situation. Patrol reports. Read aloud by Anya. Gideon's grim-faced beta spoke not only of coordinated feral packs exhibiting disturbing tactical awareness, but of unnatural shadows moving in the Gloomwood Pass, sightings of gaunt, fleeting figures directing the attacks, and a growing sense of unease, a wrongness seeping from the land itself, as if the very earth was becoming tainted. The attacks are escalating. Gideon, Rowan stated, his voice gravelly, losing its usual melodic cadence. He tapped a cluster of red marks perilously close to their main western settlement. Our patrols are being bled dry. We lack the sheer numbers, the raw power, to hold them back indefinitely if this continues. They fight without fear, without self-preservation. It's unnatural, and the reports from Gloomwood. Anya paused, her gaze troubled. They speak of things not seen since the darkest tales of the Elder Wars. Creatures of shadow given form, whispers on the wind that sow fear and confusion. If the night weavers, or something akin to them, are truly stirring. She didn't need to finish the sentence. The implications were terrifying. The shadow claws offer protection, Rowan continued, his gaze heavy, avoiding Evie's eyes though she stood quietly near the doorway, summoned unexpectedly. Their borders are ironclad. Alpha Marcus holds the north like a fist clenched against the storm. His reputation alone is a deterrent. No feral pack, no matter how organized, dares encroach on Shadowclaw land. But his price is steep. He demands more than allegiance, more than resources, more than the timber rights he has long sought from our northern forests. Evie's father, Alpha Gideon Ashworth, normally a pillar of resolute calm, looked older than his 50 years. His shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. The silver streaks in his dark hair seemed more pronounced against his tanned skin. His eyes held a weariness she'd never seen before, etched with sleepless nights and impossible choices. He traced a line on the map with a trembling finger, indicating the encroaching attacks threatening to cut off their western valleys. He demands an alliance cemented by marriage, a merging of lines, a symbol of unbreakable commitment to secure his southern flank while he focuses on the threats from the deeper north. He demands. His voice broke, thick with paternal anguish. Me, Evie finished, her voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed in the sudden, heavy silence that fell over the chamber. The elders, men and women who had watched her grow, who had taught her lore and strategy, who had praised her quick mind and gentle spirit, couldn't meet her eyes. Guilt radiated from them, thick and suffocating. She had heard the rumors, of course, the desperate proposals discussed in hushed, fearful tones late into the night after council meetings she wasn't privy to. She had hoped, prayed, it wouldn't come to this. She looked at her father, at the desperate hope warring with profound guilt in his eyes. He loved her. She knew that without question, but the Alpha's first duty was always to the pack. She looked at Elder Rowan, whose kindness had been a constant in her life, who had taught her the constellations and the secret language of herbs. She saw their fear, their helplessness, the crushing weight of their responsibility. Evie, my daughter. Gideon began again, stepping towards her, his voice thick with unshed tears and bitter regret. There is no other way. Our pack, our people. The children playing by the stream even now. The elders tending the healing gardens. They will be overrun. These are not random attacks. There is intelligence behind them. Malice we haven't seen in generations. This treaty, your union, it is the only shield strong enough. Marcus Volkov's strength, his pack's raw power, is the only thing standing between us and annihilation. He has agreed to extend his patrols, to secure the Gloomwood Pass from his side, but only if this bond is sealed. She felt trapped, a single, insignificant piece on a grand, terrifying board, moved by forces far larger than herself. Fear, cold and sharp, warred with a deeply ingrained sense of duty, the core principle of Silverstream life drilled into her since birth, the pack above self. Could she condemn her people, her family, her home, through inaction? Could she face a future bound to a cursed legend, a man whispered to become a monster under the full moon's light? She remembered the chilling tales of Marcus's affliction, the hints of uncontrollable violence, the agonizing howls. But then she remembered the faces of the pack children peering curiously into the council chamber, the worried glances exchanged between the Omega caregivers who nurtured them, the scent of wood smoke and baking bread that meant home, safety, belonging. She thought of the Silverstream way, cunning, strategy. Was this the ultimate strategic sacrifice? Using herself as the key to unlock the North's protection, steeling herself, drawing on a reservoir of strength she didn't know she possessed, fueled by love for her people and a desperate, terrifying sense of duty. She met her father's anguished gaze. She straightened her shoulders, lifting her chin. "If this is what Silverstream needs to survive," she said, her voice gaining a sliver of brittle strength she didn't truly feel, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. "The price of survival, bitter and final. If my life ensures the safety of our people, then I accept the Alpha's proposal. I will go to Shadowclaw. I will be his Luna." A collective sigh of relief, mingled with profound sorrow and shame, filled the chamber. Her father reached out, pulling her into a tight embrace, his tears finally falling onto her hair. "Forgive me, Evie," he whispered brokenly. "Forgive me." She closed her eyes, clinging to him, finding no comfort, only the cold, hard reality of her sacrifice. End flashback. The great hall of the Shadowclaw Keep was cavernous, breathtaking in its stark, formidable grandeur, clearly designed to awe and intimidate visitors, to broadcast power and dominance. Roaring fires blazed in hearths large enough to roast an ox, casting flickering, dancing shadows that writhed and distorted across grim, imposing ancestral tapestries lining the cold stone walls. These weren't depictions of peaceful Silverstream landscapes or prosperous hunts. They were brutal, visceral chronicles of Shadowclaw history, wolves locked in ferocious battle against monstrous, shadowy creatures Evie couldn't identify. Were they the Night Weaver's creations, or older horrors from the mountains? Alphas locked in savage duels for dominance under blood-red moons. Stark scenes of survival against blizzards and famine, carved into thread and dye with unforgiving, savage detail. The very air thrummed with a low, primal energy, the collective presence of a powerful, ancient pack, heavy with unspoken dominance, territorial imperative, and the weight of centuries of conflict and loss. Hundreds of eyes, yellow, gold, amber, gray, sharp and assessing, turned towards her as she entered, escorted by two stony-faced guards whose presence felt more like containment than protection. Their gazes were intensely curious, some openly hostile, resentment simmering just beneath the surface like magma beneath thin crust. She felt like a prized specimen pinned under glass, dissected by their scrutiny, inevitably found wanting. Whispers followed her progress, too low to decipher individual words but sharp with suspicion and disdain. Silverstream. Weak, soft Southerners. A political bargain. Gideon's offering. Will she break before the first winter? She kept her head held high, her expression carefully neutral, channeling the diplomatic poise her mother had instilled in her. Though inside, her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. And then there was him. Alpha Marcus Volkov stood near the main hearth, a monolith of contained power, drawing all light and attention towards him like a dark star commanding its own gravitational pull. He was taller than any man she'd ever seen, broad-shouldered, built like the unforgiving mountains that cradled his territory, solid, unyielding, dangerous. He radiated an aura of absolute command that was almost suffocating, a palpable gravity that pulled the attention of everyone in the room towards him without a single word or gesture. His dark, slightly unruly hair, the color of raven feathers, brushed the collar of his severe, black tunic, adding a touch of wildness to his otherwise rigidly controlled appearance. His face was harsh, carved with strong lines, a prominent jaw hinting at stubbornness, high cheekbones sculpted by harsh winds, a brow suggesting constant vigilance, hinting at sleepless nights and the heavy burdens of leadership and his devastating curse. Not conventionally handsome, perhaps, but intensely compelling, radiating a raw, untamed power that was both terrifying and strangely magnetic. And his eyes, the color of aged whiskey and gathering storm clouds, found hers across the vast, echoing hall. And for a sickening moment, the world seemed to tilt on its axis. Her breath caught in her throat. There was no warmth in that gaze, no welcome, not even curiosity about the woman who was to be his Luna, his mate by law, if not by choice. Only a stark, assessing intensity that seemed to pierce straight through the borrowed velvet gown, the carefully constructed composure, and the frantic fluttering of fear in her chest. It was the look of a leader evaluating a new, potentially unreliable asset, a tool acquired out of necessity, a strategic piece on a brutal chessboard. Yet, beneath that fierce intensity, shadowed deep within those turbulent depths, she thought she glimpsed something else, something fleeting, almost imperceptible, and instantly suppressed, shuttered behind walls of glacial ice, a profound, bone-deep weariness, a flicker of raw, visceral pain that resonated with the whispers of his curse. He looked away almost immediately, turning his attention back to one of the grim-faced elders beside him, dismissing her presence as if she were already just another cold stone fixture of his keep. The dismissal stung more sharply than open hostility would have, leaving her feeling insignificant, invisible. The ceremony itself was brief, stark, almost brutally efficient, conducted under the stern, watchful eyes of the pack elders, whose faces seemed carved from the same granite as the fortress walls, lined with the wisdom and severity of ages. Ancient words in the guttural old tongue, a language Evie barely understood beyond a few common phrases learned from Silverstream scholars, were spoken by the eldest elder, his voice like grinding stones. The words echoed strangely in the vast hall, binding her future with heavy threads of ancient tradition and stark necessity. Vows were exchanged, the words feeling hollow and foreign on Evie's tongue, promises of loyalty and partnership sticking in her throat like shards of ice. She promised allegiance to Shadowclaw, to its alpha, to its laws, feeling like a traitor to her own blood, her own home. Her hand trembled uncontrollably when Marcus finally took it to seal the pact, his touch igniting a cascade of conflicting sensations. His large, calloused fingers engulfed hers, surprisingly gentle despite their obvious size and strength. Yet the contact sent an unexpected jolt, like static electricity on a dry winter's day, racing up her arm, tingling deep in her bones, settling low in her belly. It wasn't unpleasant, exactly. It was deeply unsettling. A strange, powerful resonance hummed beneath her skin, a faint, inexplicable pull towards this formidable, cursed stranger she was now irrevocably bound to, a current flowing between them in the charged air of the great hall. The mate bond. She'd read about it in dusty Silverstream archives, tucked away in scrolls detailing ancient lore often dismissed as fanciful myth or romantic exaggeration by modern packs. The mystical, often unpredictable connection said to sometimes form between werewolves, particularly potent between alphas and their chosen lunas, forging a link deeper than vows or politics, a communion of souls, a resonance of spirit. Could it be real? Could such a thing ignite, even flicker, in a forced union born of fear and cold diplomatic desperation, between two individuals who were virtual strangers, one terrified, the other seemingly indifferent, burdened by a horrifying curse? She forcefully pushed the thought away, crushing it before it could take root. It was too much to hope for, a dangerous, fragile ember in the desolate, windswept landscape of her current reality. Hope, she reminded herself fiercely, feeling the cold weight of his hand enveloping hers, was a luxury she couldn't afford. Survival was the only currency that mattered here in the harsh north. and survival meant navigating this treacherous new life, this terrifying bond, one wary step at a time. Their first night as Alpha and Luna was spent in a silence as thick and cold as the stone walls surrounding them, punctuated only by the aggressive crackling of the fire in the massive hearth of the Luna's chambers and the distant, mournful howl of the northern wind battering against the thick, reinforced windows. They stood awkwardly in the opulent, cold grandeur of the suite assigned to her, a space larger than her entire family cottage back home, furnished with heavy, dark wood pieces intricately carved with snarling wolves, shadowclaw sigils, and unsettling motifs drawn from the keep's brutal tapestries. The walls themselves were adorned with rich, somber tapestries depicting yet more scenes of lupine battle, ancient conquests against shadowed foes, and stark portrayals of shadowclaw dominance over harsh landscapes. Even the bed hangings were embroidered with scenes of the hunt, predator and prey locked in eternal struggle. There was no softness here, no concession to comfort, only statements of power and resilience. Marcus had offered her the choice of proximity, his voice gruff, devoid of malice but equally lacking in any warmth or welcome. His words carefully chosen, formal. "You are Luna now," he'd stated, his gaze fixed somewhere over her shoulder, deliberately avoiding her eyes as if direct contact might somehow contaminate him, or perhaps her. Or perhaps, she thought with a chill, he simply couldn't bear for her to see the thing, lurking behind his carefully constructed mask. "Your safety and comfort are paramount within these walls. My condition." He hesitated, the word catching slightly in his throat, a rare crack in his imposing facade, revealing a sliver of the vulnerability beneath, makes proximity unwise, especially with the moon waxing towards its fullness in 2 weeks. "These chambers are secure, located in the oldest, most heavily warded part of the keep, far from my own. Ilara assures me the ambient magic here is calming, protective." He gestured vaguely around the imposing room. "You will be undisturbed here." Relief warred with a strange, unexpected pang of disappointment, a confusing twist in her gut. She was safe from the beast. Yes, the monster whispered about in terrified tones across the territories. The creature whose agonizing howls haunted the northern nights. That was a tangible blessing she couldn't deny. But the distance, the immediate, impenetrable wall erected between them, felt like another layer of cold stone, reinforcing her profound isolation in this formidable, unfamiliar place. He hadn't even asked if she was all right after the long, arduous journey north. If the stark ceremony had been overwhelming, if the hostile stares in the great hall had unnerved her as if he hadn't noticed them himself. He simply stated facts, issued decrees disguised as considerations for her safety, treating her more like a fragile, valuable object acquired in a political transaction than a person, let alone a partner, a Luna. He turned to leave, his large frame filling the heavy oak doorway for a moment before he paused, his back still to her, a wall of implacable distance. "Kale, my beta, will see to any immediate needs you have. He is efficient and utterly loyal. The healers are available should you require them. For any reason, Ilara is discreet." His voice was low, weighted with unspoken meaning. "Rest well, Luna." And then he was gone, leaving only the lingering scent of pine needles crushed underfoot. Cold mountain stone after a rain, wood smoke clinging faintly to his tunic, and something uniquely, powerfully him, wild, untamed, and deeply unsettling, in the suddenly too large, too empty chamber. The heavy oak door clicked shut with a sense of finality that echoed the closing of a chapter on her old life, leaving her truly alone in the heart of the Shadowclaw den. She sank onto the edge of the massive, imposing bed, the borrowed velvet suddenly feeling impossibly heavy, and allowed the tears she'd held back for weeks to finally fall. Silent tracks on her cold cheeks in the flickering firelight. The days that followed unfolded with a slow, heavy tension, thick as the morning fog that often clung stubbornly to the fortress walls until midday. Shrouding the jagged peaks in swirling mystery, Evie tried tentatively, cautiously, to learn the rhythms of her new life, to navigate the complex, often treacherous social currents of the Shadowclaw pack. She felt like a small boat cast adrift on a vast, turbulent sea, struggling to find her bearings in waters far deeper and more dangerous than the gentle currents of Silverstream. She explored the keep cautiously during the daylight hours, discovering it to be a sprawling labyrinth of cold stone corridors, echoing halls, and unexpected niches. There were opulent but unused receiving chambers draped in dust sheets, relics of a time when perhaps the Shadowclaws entertained more openly. There were echoing armories filled floor to ceiling with weapons that spoke of constant readiness for war, racks of silvered swords, heavy axes, crossbows designed to pierce the toughest hides, shields bearing the snarling wolf sigil. The sheer quantity of weaponry was unnerving, a testament to the pack's martial focus. And then, tucked away in a quieter, seemingly forgotten wing near the Elder's quarters, she found it, a vast, dust-laden library. It was her first true moment of unexpected delight in this grim fortress. Floor-to-ceiling shelves crammed with ancient, leather-bound tomes, brittle scrolls tied with faded ribbons, and detailed maps charting centuries of Shadowclaw history, regional lore, forgotten magic, geological surveys, and, tucked away in a locked cabinet she managed to coax open with a hairpin borrowed from her sparse belongings, detailed, often disturbing accounts of the maledictus sanguinis manifestations through the generations. The air smelled of aging parchment, dry leather dust, and neglect. It immediately became her sanctuary, a refuge from the judging eyes and the palpable tension that permeated the rest of the keep. A place where she could lose herself for hours, seeking knowledge not just about her new pack and its harsh traditions, but specifically about the curse that defined its alpha, hoping desperately to find some hint of mitigation, some forgotten counterspell, some sliver of hope, however faint, amidst the grim chronicles of suffering. She began the delicate, often unnerving process of meeting key members of the pack, testing the waters of her new, ill-defined position as Luna, a title that seemed to carry little inherent power or defined duty here. Unlike in Silverstream, where the Luna played an active role in pack welfare and diplomacy, Kale, the beta, was a constant, watchful presence, tall, lean, disciplined, his face set in lines of perpetual vigilance, his movements economical and precise. He radiated an aura of fierce, almost fanatical loyalty to Marcus. He was polite, almost rigidly deferential to her title, addressing her formally as Luna Evie. But his sharp gray eyes held a deep-seated suspicion, constantly assessing her, weighing her every word and action. He observed her interactions with others, seemed to subtly monitor her movements within the keep, his courtesy a thin, brittle veil over his evaluation of her as a potential vulnerability, a distraction, or worse, a weakness imported from the soft south that could endanger his alpha. Evie understood his position. Loyalty to Marcus was the bedrock of Shadowclaw existence, and Kale was its staunchest guardian, the unwavering shield. She resolved to earn his trust, however slowly, through consistency, quiet competence, and demonstrating her own commitment to the pack's survival. not through attempts at charm which would surely fail against his hardened exterior. Ilara, the pack healer, proved to be a more approachable, though still enigmatic, figure. She was an older woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time, harsh northern winters, and perhaps profound sorrow. Her silver hair was braided tightly back from a brow furrowed with concentration, and her eyes, the color of moss agate flecked with gold, seemed to see far more than one revealed, holding depths of ancient knowledge and weary experience. She offered Evie a cautious, measured kindness during her visits to the healer's chambers, a space filled with the pungent, earthy aroma of drying herbs hanging from the rafters, bubbling tinctures simmering over a low fire, mortars and pestles stained with generations of use, and shelves lined with jars of salves, powders, and strangely shaped healing implements crafted from bone, obsidian, and silver. Ilara occasionally shared snippets of pack lore or botanical knowledge when Evie visited under the pretext of needing headache remedies or sleep aids, both of which were genuine needs in this stressful environment. She dispensed remedies for settling nerves, which Evie gratefully accepted, along with cryptic warnings about maintaining the balance. The dangers of old blood magic seeking resurgence, and the importance of understanding the cycle of power, both light and dark. Evie sensed layers of hidden knowledge, and perhaps profound sorrow beneath Ilara's calm, professional exterior. Suspecting the healer knew far more about the curse, perhaps even its origins or potential counters, than she let on. But Ilara remained guarded, her kindness carefully measured, her secrets held close like precious, dangerous herbs. Yet, she was the closest thing Evie had to a potential ally, perhaps even a mentor, in this harsh, unwelcoming place. Evie began spending time in the adjacent herb gardens, learning the northern plants under Ilara's tutelage, finding a small measure of peace in the familiar task of tending growing things. Others were far less welcoming, their hostility barely concealed beneath a veneer of grudging pack discipline. Theron, a younger, ambitious warrior, with eyes like burning coals and a sneer often playing on his lips, made his resentment chillingly clear. He was handsome in a harsh, predatory way, carrying himself with an arrogant swagger, clearly popular among a faction of younger warriors who chafed under Marcus's tightly controlled, defensive leadership, yearning for the glorious, bloodier days of past alphas who led raids and expanded territory aggressively. Theron saw Evie as an outsider, a weak link from a lesser pack, foisted upon them through political necessity, a symbol of Silverstream's vulnerability rather than Shadowclaw's strength, an unwelcome dilution of their fierce bloodline. His challenges weren't overt enough to warrant direct confrontation or intervention from Kale, a deliberately ignored greeting in the corridor, a dismissive scoff during training observations when a warrior demonstrated a defensive technique he deemed cowardly, pointed questions during communal meals about Silverstream's soft reliance on diplomacy instead of claws, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Each barb was designed to undermine her, to test her composure, to remind her of her foreignness, her perceived inadequacy. Evie also felt the cold weight of disapproval from several older females, matriarchs, who had long been accustomed to the established hierarchy and perhaps held ambitions for their own daughters to become Luna. They viewed her with cold disdain, their gazes sharp and critical, whispering just loud enough for her to overhear comments about her southern ways, her delicate hands unsuited for hardship, or her unproven status as Luna. They judged her quiet demeanor as weakness, her attempts at polite conversation as foolishness. Evie quickly learned to maintain a calm facade, offering polite, brief nods, focusing on learning names, pack structures, and the complex web of duties within the keep. She refused to be drawn into overt conflict, but made careful mental notes of allies, potential adversaries, and the intricate, often brutal, pack dynamics. She would survive through observation and resilience, the way Silverstream wolves always had, bending like a willow in the wind, rather than breaking like brittle oak. She witnessed the relentless daily life of the keep, a stark contrast to the more relaxed rhythms of Silverstream. The rigorous, often brutal training drills dominated the central courtyard from dawn till dusk. Warriors shifted form between human and wolf with breathtaking speed and ferocity, sparring with live steel, practicing complex tactical maneuvers under Kale's demanding, critical gaze. Mistakes were met with harsh corrections. Weakness was not tolerated. The sheer intensity spoke of a pack living on a perpetual war footing. The communal meals in the Great Hall were solemn, almost silent affairs. Efficiency prized over social interaction. Marcus presided from the head table like a storm cloud brooding over the assembly, rarely speaking, his imposing presence alone enforcing absolute order. The meticulous patrols setting out at dawn and dusk were heavily armed, vanishing into the harsh landscape like ghosts, their return marked by curt reports delivered to Kale or Marcus, their faces grim. She observed the quiet reverence shown towards the elders, repositories of pack history, law, and lore, their counsel sought, their wisdom respected even by the formidable Alpha. She attended a waxing moon ritual led by Alara, held not just for Marcus, but for the whole pack, in a small, dimly candle-lit chamber deep within the keep, the air thick with protective incense. It involved low chanting in the old tongue, the burning of pungent herbs like sage, rowan, and sulfur meant to purify and strengthen the keep's wards, and the tracing of complex protective symbols on the stone walls, with mixtures of blessed water and powdered silver. It was aimed at bolstering the keep's defenses against external threats, both physical and magical, and, more significantly, shoring up the collective mental fortitude of the pack against the internal turmoil brewing within their alpha. As the full moon approached, Evie felt utterly out of place, an observer of deeply ingrained traditions she didn't fully comprehend, surrounded by shared history and belief that excluded her. She saw the fear lurking beneath the stoic expressions of the warriors, the worried glances exchanged by the mothers clutching their pups closer. The curse wasn't just Marcus's burden. It was a collective shadow hanging over them all. Marcus remained a distant, formidable figure, consumed by his myriad alpha duties. He mediated border disputes with neighboring, lesser packs with grim finality, his word law, his judgment swift, and often harsh, but undeniably fair according to northern codes. He oversaw resource allocation for the harsh northern winter with meticulous attention to detail, ensuring every member, from the highest warrior to the lowest Omega caregiver, had what was needed for survival in this unforgiving land. He received reports from patrols with intense, unwavering focus, his mind constantly calculating threats, analyzing terrain, managing logistics. His presence was a constant hum of contained power throughout the keep, a palpable force field of authority. They shared meals in near silence at opposite ends of the vast, heavy oak table in the great hall, the echoing space filled only with the clink of cutlery and the immense weight of unspoken thoughts. The physical distance between them felt symbolic, an unbridgeable chasm of formality, fear, and his own tightly controlled isolation. He rarely addressed her directly, preferring to relay necessary information. Schedules for council meetings she was now expected to attend silently, requests for her presence at certain ceremonies, updates on the treaty implementation, through Kale. The careful distance felt deliberate, protective perhaps, but also deeply lonely. Yet, Evie. Observant by nature, and driven by the necessity of survival, and a flicker of burgeoning curiosity about the man beneath the legend, began to notice things beneath the stoic, impenetrable surface. The almost imperceptible tightening of his broad shoulders when someone inadvertently mentioned the approaching full moon in casual conversation. The flicker of profound, shattering loneliness in his eyes when he stood alone by a high, narrow window in the library or on the battlements, gazing out at the unforgiving, snow-dusted landscape, thinking no one was watching, his guard momentarily down. The way his hand sometimes clenched into a fist at his side, knuckles turning white, as if fighting a fierce internal battle only he could perceive. A silent war waged constantly within him, and sometimes, almost startlingly, the way his gaze would unexpectedly find hers across the crowded room, the training yard, the great hall, the library, lingering for a split second longer than necessary. A complex, unreadable mix of raw curiosity, stark warning, and something akin to deep, weary regret. Before the shutters slammed down again, the walls instantly rebuilt. The strange, unsettling pull she felt towards him, the persistent hum of the nascent bond, intensified during these fleeting, charged moments. A low thrum beneath the surface of her pervasive fear and gnawing apprehension. It was confusing, disturbing. How could she feel any connection, any pull, towards a man who represented her captivity, who embodied such terrifying power and carried such a horrifying curse? Sometimes, she'd catch his scent on the air as he passed, pine needles crushed underfoot, cold mountain stone after a rain, wood smoke clinging to his clothes, and that unique, wild, powerful essence that was purely Marcus, and her heart would give an inexplicable, painful lurch. A confusing blend of fear and something she refused to name, something dangerous and unwelcome that felt perilously close to empathy or even attraction. She fought against it fiercely, reminding herself of her purpose, survival, fulfilling the treaty, protecting Silverstream. Feelings were a complication she could not afford, driven by a burgeoning need to understand, not just fear. Evie redoubled her efforts in the dusty sanctuary of the library. The memory of the fleeting pain she'd glimpsed in Marcus's eyes, the profound loneliness radiating from him in unguarded moments, the sheer agony conveyed in the tormented howls she'd heard faintly, even from her distant chambers during the waxing moon ritual. These fueled her search with a new urgency. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about comprehension. She sought not only general information about the curse, the maledictus sanguinis, but its specific origins, its mechanics, its potential weaknesses. If it was inflicted, a product of magic, perhaps it could be undone, or at least mitigated. Was it purely blood-borne, or was there more to it? An anchor, a trigger beyond the moon. She learned more, painstakingly piecing together fragmented narratives. Some came from hushed conversations overheard among older pack members reminiscing fearfully about Marcus's father, Ragnar Volkov, whose struggles with the curse were legendary for their violence and the near destruction they wrought upon the keep itself during his final years. Others came from Alara's careful, deliberate evasions during Evie's visits to the healer's chambers. Some knowledge brings only pain. Luna, focus on strengthening the wards, on maintaining balance within yourself and the pack. The past holds only shadows, which only serve to pique Evie's curiosity further. Primarily, though, her knowledge grew from long, arduous hours spent poring over brittle, leather-bound tomes with faded gilt lettering and scrolls written in archaic, spidery script, often needing Alara's hesitant help to decipher the most obscure passages of the Old Tongue or ancient runic symbology. One particularly ancient, dusty scroll, its parchment cracked and threatening to crumble at her touch. Bound in what looked disturbingly like cured hide, spoke in chilling detail of the blood curse. It described its infliction generations ago upon the first Shadowclaw Alpha, Vorlog the Fierce, a powerful but ruthless leader renowned for his tactical genius and savage strength, who had carved out their territory through bloody conquest, uniting disparate mountain clans under his banner. The scroll detailed a bitter, protracted conflict, the Shadow Wars. It was called, with a powerful coven of sorcerers known as the Night Weavers. These were not simple hedge witches. They were masters of potent blood magic, celestial curses, and illusion, who had once held sway over the northern forests and commanded legions of unnatural creatures, twisted beasts born of shadow and malice. Vorlog had ultimately driven them out after a brutal war over territory and vital resources, particularly the rich veins of silver and iron deep within the Dragon's Tooth Mountains, shattering their power base in a final, cataclysmic battle deep within what was now known as the Shadowfell Woods. But their parting gift, woven with concentrated hatred during a rare lunar eclipse that amplified their dark magic, was this curse, infused directly into Vorlog's very bloodline through a complex ritual involving sacrifice and a physical anchor. The scroll hinted at something called a keystone, but offered no further detail. It was tied inextricably to the lunar cycle, designed to cripple the Shadowclaw leadership from within, turning their greatest strength, their primal connection to the wolf spirit and the land, into their most devastating weakness. It wasn't standard lycanthropy. The ancient texts confirmed explicitly, comparing it side by side with the natural shifting process. It was darker, more violent, more soul-destroying. It didn't just turn the alpha into a wolf. It stripped away his control, his reason, his very identity, unleashing a savage, mindless entity driven by pure, destructive instinct and agonizing pain. The beast of Shadowclaw, a being of immense power and unrestrained agony, trapped within the alpha's unwilling flesh. Flashback, Marcus, age 12. The stone floor was cold beneath his bare feet. 12-year-old Marcus, huddled in the shadows of the corridor outside his father's private chambers, trembling not from the chill, but from the sounds within. It wasn't a full moon night, not even close, but his father, Alpha Ragnar, had been unwell, increasingly volatile since the last transformation weeks ago. The recovery periods were growing longer, the darkness lingering. First came the low growls, deep and ragged, vibrating through the thick oak door. Then, the sound of heavy furniture splintering, followed by a sharp, choked cry of pain, his father's voice, raw and desperate. Then, the unmistakable, horrifying sound of claws, human hands somehow shifting partially, unnaturally, into bestial claws, scraping frantically against the stone walls. "Father," Marcus whispered, his voice barely audible, tears stinging his eyes. He wanted to run, to hide, but a morbid fascination rooted him to the spot. He had seen glimpses before, during the full moons when his father was locked below, the aftermath, the blood, the exhaustion. But this was different. This was the curse bleeding through, even without the moon's trigger. The door suddenly burst open, not locked from the inside as it should have been. Ragnar Volkov stood framed in the doorway, a towering, terrifying figure. His eyes, usually a stern gray, flickered with an unnatural, malevolent red light. His hands were clenched, knuckles white, but his fingernails were elongated, wickedly sharp, dripping blood, his own. He breathed heavily, raggedly, his powerful chest heaving. He saw Marcus, and for a terrifying second, Recognition warred with the feral rage in his eyes. "Marcus, boy, get away," he rasped, his voice distorted, thick with pain and the struggle for control. The darkness, it claws. Then, his eyes rolled back, the red light flaring intensely. A guttural snarl ripped from his throat. No longer human, he took a stumbling step forward, towards his son. Before Marcus could react, frozen in terror, Kale, then a lean, fiercely determined young warrior barely 18, already Ragnar's shadow, materialized from the adjacent hallway. With astonishing speed and courage, Kale tackled the struggling alpha, not attacking, but using his weight and leverage to force Ragnar back into the chamber, slamming the heavy door shut just as the full-throated roar of the barely contained beast erupted from within. Kale leaned against the door, breathing heavily, his face pale but resolute. He looked down at the terrified boy, his expression softening with grim understanding. He placed a steadying hand on Marcus's shoulder. "Come, young Alpha," Kale said quietly, his voice firm, despite the horror they'd both witnessed. "Your father fights his battle. We must be strong for him, for the pack." That night, huddled in his own cold bed, listening to the muffled sounds of his father's struggle echoing through the keep, Marcus understood the true horror of his inheritance. It wasn't just 3 nights a month. The darkness was always there, lurking, waiting, poisoning everything. And someday, inevitably, it would be his turn. End flashback. Evie pushed the disturbing historical accounts and the implications of Marcus's likely tormented childhood aside, focusing on practicalities. She found architectural plans of the keep hidden within a heavy, iron-bound chest of historical documents in the library's archives. They revealed the heavily reinforced containment chambers deep beneath the ground level, confirming the whispers. Constructed with layers of thick granite blocks interlaced with veins of pure silver, banded with cold iron, and inscribed with ancient, complex warding spells etched into every surface. Symbols she recognized from Alara's ritual chamber, but far more intricate and powerful. This was where Marcus was locked away during the 3 terrifying nights of the full moon. She traced the thick lines indicating the walls, the heavy, magically sealed doors, the ventilation shafts designed to carry sound upwards but prevent escape. The entire pack, she realized with a fresh wave of chilling comprehension, lived in collective, suppressed dread of those nights. The distant, tormented howls that inevitably echoed up through the stone were a chilling, visceral reminder of their leader's ongoing agony and the razor's edge upon which their pack's stability constantly rested. Any sign of weakness, any faltering in Marcus's control during the rest of the month could spell disaster, inviting challenge from within or attack from without. No wonder Kale was so fiercely protective, his suspicion of her a shield against any perceived threat to his alpha's precarious balance. No wonder Marcus was so isolated, deliberately walling himself off even from potential comfort or aid. The shame and the burden must be unbearable, a crushing weight borne in utter solitude. As the full moon loomed closer, less than a week away, the tension in the keep became almost unbearable, a tangible pressure thickening the air like storm clouds, gathering directly overhead. Guards doubled their patrols along the ramparts, their faces grim, their senses heightened, their movements sharp and economical. Training drills in the courtyard became even more intense, tinged with a grim, desperate urgency. The warriors pushing themselves to the breaking point under Kale's relentless commands. Pack members grew quieter, their faces drawn and pale, avoiding eye contact, the usual low hum of pack life muted by collective anxiety. Alara spent nearly all her waking hours in the lower levels, meticulously reinforcing the wards on the containment chamber, the air down there becoming thick and heavy with the scent of burning sage, sulfur, rowan wood, and other potent herbs known to repel or bind dark entities. Evie saw her emerge sometimes, looking drained, her usual calm facade strained. Marcus himself became even more withdrawn, a thundercloud condensed into human form, radiating palpable tension. His temper grew shorter, snapping harshly at warriors for minor infractions during drills, his eyes darker, the lines of strain around them deepening into harsh grooves. He ate little, seeming to subsist on sheer willpower, and slept less. Evie often hearing his heavy footsteps pacing the cold stone corridors late at night, like a caged predator, sensing the bars closing inexorably in. Despite the chasm between them, despite her own pervasive fear which intensified daily as the moon waxed, Evie found herself compelled to try and offer small, unobtrusive gestures of support. It felt less like duty now, and more like empathy. Remembering a passing comment he'd made during one of their silent meals about the strategic importance of understanding historical migration routes of prey animals, she carefully copied a section from a fragile scroll detailing such paths in the Northern Territories and left the parchment neatly folded outside his study door. Tucked under a smooth river stone, she asked Alara, during one of her visits for nerve-calming tea, for a blend specifically known to ease tension and promote rest. One Alara used for warriors suffering from battle fatigue. Evie brewed it herself, ensuring the temperature was just right, and left a steaming mug of the fragrant brew near his place at the otherwise empty breakfast table the next morning. He never acknowledged these gestures. The scroll remained untouched for days. The mug was left cold and eventually cleared away by an Omega servant, but she persisted, driven by a nascent empathy that refused to be entirely stifled by fear or his pointed indifference. She felt increasingly helpless, a powerless spectator to his impending, inevitable torment, yet unable to simply stand by and do nothing. One crisp afternoon, perhaps seeking a brief respite from the oppressive atmosphere of the keep himself, or perhaps nudged by Kale to maintain the appearance of normalcy for the pack's morale, Kale had mentioned pointedly that the Luna should be seen learning the territory. Marcus decreed, via Kale, that Evie accompany him and a small guard contingent, including both Kale and the resentful Theron, on a short patrol of the nearby forest edge. Ostensibly, it was for her to familiarize herself with the immediate territory, end quote, a formal duty of a new Luna. But Evie suspected it was more about maintaining appearances, showing the pack their Luna was integrating, however superficially, into the harsh realities of Shadowclaw life, and perhaps testing her nerve. The forest air was damp and cool, smelling strongly of pine needles crushed underfoot, wet earth, and decaying leaves. The woods here were denser, darker, more primal than the forest surrounding Silverstream. Marcus moved with silent, predatory grace at the head of the small group, his senses clearly on high alert, scanning the dense woods with an intensity that made the hairs on Evie's neck prickle. He moved like he was part of the forest, utterly attuned to its rhythms and dangers. Theron pointedly ignored Evie, walking slightly apart, occasionally making muttered comments to another young warrior that Evie couldn't quite hear but knew were likely disparaging. Judging by the other warrior's uncomfortable glances towards her, Kale remained professionally close to Marcus, his gray eyes constantly scanning, but maintained a formal distance from Evie, his posture rigid. Suddenly, a chilling chorus of howls erupted nearby, not the disciplined, communicative calls of pack wolves, but the chaotic, hungry cries of ferals, raw and desperate, laced with an unnerving edge of madness. A large group, perhaps a dozen strong, bolder and closer to the keep than expected, burst from the dense undergrowth, their pelts matted, their eyes glowing with an unnatural, yellowish hunger. Their movements were disturbingly coordinated, almost strategic, fanning out in a way that felt fundamentally wrong for disorganized ferals. Before the guards could fully react and form a defensive circle around Evie, one large, heavily scarred feral, its muzzle flecked with foam, lunged directly at her, seemingly drawn to her unfamiliar scent, or perhaps sensing her fear, a tangible wave rolling off her despite her efforts at control. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. She saw bared, yellowed fangs, smelled hot, fetid breath reeking of carrion. She stumbled backwards, her hand flying instinctively to the small dagger hidden in her boot, knowing it would be useless against such a creature. Then, Marcus was there, a blur of motion faster than humanly possible. He didn't shift, didn't need to. He moved with inhuman speed and brutal strength, intercepting the feral in midair with a devastating blow to its side that sent it crashing into the undergrowth with a sickening yelp. Simultaneously, he issued sharp commands in the old tongue, a language that sounded harsh and commanding on his lips, and Kale and the guards instantly engaged the rest of the feral pack, shifting into their powerful wolf forms in seconds. A whirlwind of gray and black fur, claws, and teeth. Marcus stood directly before Evie, a solid, unyielding shield of fierce energy, positioning himself between her and the remaining attackers. He fought with brutal, devastating efficiency, his movements precise, economical, deadly. He disabled rather than killed where possible, breaking limbs, throwing attackers against trees with bone-jarring force. His control absolute yet terrifying in its raw intensity. Evie watched, mesmerized and horrified, as he moved like a dark whirlwind, his hands striking with the force of hammers, his senses seemingly taking in the entire chaotic battle at once. But she also saw the tremor in his hands afterwards. Once the surviving ferals scattered back into the woods, yelping in terror, leaving behind several still forms bleeding out on the forest floor. She saw the tight clench of his jaw as he fought visibly for composure, breathing deeply. The brief, dangerous flash of crimson deep in his eyes as the battle adrenaline surged, threatening to overwhelm his precarious control. He was walking a knife's edge, the proximity to violence clearly taxing his already strained reserves as the full moon drew near. When the skirmish was finally over, the sudden silence intense after the chaos, he turned to her, his face an unreadable mask once more. Though his breathing was harsh, his chest rising and falling rapidly beneath his tunic. "Are you unharmed, Luna?" His voice was tight, strained, formal again. "Yes, Alpha. Thank you," she managed, her voice shaking slightly, despite her efforts to control it. The nearness of the attack, the sheer violence of the defense, left her trembling. The scent of blood thick in the air. Theron, shifting back to human form nearby, his lip curled in a sneer as he wiped blood from a scratch on his arm, scoffed loudly. The little silver stream dove nearly got herself eaten. Seems our southern Luna needs a keeper, not just guards. Might attract more trouble than she's worth. Marcus's head snapped towards him, a low, dangerous growl rumbling deep in his chest, a sound that vibrated through the very air and made Theron visibly flinch, his arrogant posture faltering, his face paling. The other guards shifted uncomfortably. "You will show the Luna the respect due her station, Theron," Marcus stated, his voice deadly calm, each word laced with ice and undisputed authority. "Or you will answer directly to me in the training circle, without restraint. Understood?" The threat hung heavy and undisputed in the suddenly still forest air. Theron swallowed hard, muttering a grudging, barely audible apology, pointedly avoiding Marcus's lethal gaze. Turning back to Evie, Marcus's expression softened almost imperceptibly, the hard ice in his eyes thawing fractionally. The woods are not always predictable, especially closer to the Gloomwood borders. Stay closer to the guards. It wasn't warmth, not kindness, but it was a flicker of genuine concern, a tiny crack in the icy facade he maintained so rigidly. The brief shared danger, his instinctive, unthinking protection of her, resonated powerfully through the nascent bond, a confusing, potent mix of profound gratitude and heightened fear swirling within her. He had protected her, undoubtedly, but she had also seen how close the beast within him lurked, ready to surface, triggered by violence, by the moon, by threats to his pack, or perhaps even threats to her. The thought was both terrifying and strangely compelling. Then, inevitably, the night of the first full moon of her life in Shadowclaw arrived. It hung in the inky black sky like a malevolent pearl, huge and unnervingly bright, bathing the harsh landscape in an ethereal, unsettling silver light that seemed to leach the color from the world and sharpen every shadow into a potential threat. A bone-deep, suffocating dread settled over the keep, heavier and more palpable than the thick stone walls. A profound, unnatural silence fell, broken only by the mournful whistling of the wind through the high battlements, sounding like lost souls crying in the darkness. Evie was confined to her opulent chambers, the heavy oak door bolted firmly from the outside, a measure Cale had insisted upon with grim finality. Marcus himself had appeared briefly at her door hours earlier, just before dusk, before being escorted below by Cale and a grim-faced Alara carrying a heavy bag filled with herbs, silver chains, and implements Evie didn't want to identify. He had looked, haunted. His face was pale, drawn, his eyes dark, shadowed pools reflecting the torment to come. "For your own safety, Evie," he'd said, his voice strained, tight with anticipated agony. "The wards here are strong. Do not try to leave." He had used her name, not her title. A small, unconscious slip that somehow made the situation feel even more personal, more terrifyingly intimate. His scent, pine-stone, and the sharp, metallic tang of suppressed panic lingered long after he was gone, a ghostly reminder of his impending ordeal. But Evie couldn't stay away, couldn't simply hide and pretend it wasn't happening. Hours passed in agonizing slowness, marked only by the relentless progress of the moon across the sky visible through her high, narrow window. The oppressive silence from the lower levels of the keep was finally, horribly broken. First, a low, guttural groan echoed faintly through the stone, a sound of immense pressure building, like rock grinding against rock. Then came a sharp, tearing snarl that ripped through the stillness, vibrating up through the very floor beneath her feet, rattling the iron hinges on her door. Then followed the sickening sounds of splintering wood, the harsh, repetitive clang of heavy metal impacting unyielding stone, and finally, a howl. It wasn't the communicative call of a wolf seeking its pack, nor the hungry cry of a feral. It was a raw, protracted scream of pure, unadulterated agony and unrestrained, mindless fury. It resonated through the very stones of the fortress, through her bones, chilling Evie to her soul, raising gooseflesh on her arms despite the fire burning brightly in her hearth. The sound went on, rising and falling in waves of torment, echoing the suffering of generations trapped in the same nightmare. It was the sound of a soul being ripped apart, consumed by pain it couldn't comprehend or control, driven by a morbid, terrifying curiosity mixed with a burgeoning, illogical thread of concern that defied her own sensible fear. She waited until she heard the distant, muffled sounds indicating the changing of the guards stationed near the lower levels. A brief clatter of armor. Low voices exchanging curt passwords. Slipping out of her room, the bolt was sturdy. But during her explorations, she'd noticed the ancient hinges were slightly loose on one side and had spent hours subtly working one pin free with a borrowed sewing needle. A trick learned exploring locked rooms in Silverstream's archives as a child. She navigated the shadowed, silent corridors, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, her slippered feet making no sound on the cold stone. She moved like a ghost through her new home, guided by the terrifying symphony of destruction emanating from the depths of the keep. Using the architectural plans she had painstakingly studied and memorized in the library, she found a narrow, rarely used service stairwell, hidden behind a faded tapestry depicting Vorlag's brutal victory over the Night Weavers, their shadowy forms contorted in defeat. It spiraled down towards the lower levels, the air growing colder, damper, the sounds growing terrifyingly louder with each descending step. Near the heavily reinforced, silver-banded door to the main containment chamber, hidden behind another loose, dusty tapestry depicting yet another ancient, bloody battle, shadow claws defending against giant, monstrous spiders, she found it. A tiny viewing slit, barely wider than her eye, camouflaged amongst the carved stonework, likely used by past healers or perhaps previous alphas to observe the cursed transformation safely, to gauge the beast's strength, its patterns. Heart pounding so hard she felt nauseous, her breath catching in her throat, icy fear warring with fierce determination. She pressed her eye to the cold stone and peered through. What she saw stole the breath from her lungs, freezing the scream that rose in her throat into a strangled gasp. Marcus, or the thing he became under the full moon's malevolent light, was immense, monstrous, far larger, more grotesquely powerful than any wolf she had ever seen or even imagined in her darkest nightmares. Easily twice the size of the largest dire wolf depicted in the keep's tapestries. His fur was the color of obsidian, coarse and matted with sweat or saliva, standing on end along his massive spine like jagged spikes of volcanic glass. His muscles bunched and writhed beneath the dark pelt with unnatural power, suggesting impossible, terrifying strength capable of rending steel. His claws, thick and wickedly curved as daggers, tore deep gouges into the silver-laced, magically reinforced stone of the walls as if it were soft clay, sending showers of glittering dust raining down. His eyes glowed with an unholy, feral red light, utterly devoid of reason, recognition, or anything remotely human or wolf, only pure, unadulterated rage and profound, consuming agony radiated from the creature trapped within that monstrous form. He threw himself bodily, repeatedly, against the thick, metal-banded door, snarling, biting, clawing, a terrifying engine of destruction consumed by the need to escape, to destroy, trapped within its magically fortified cage, a prisoner of his own blood. Fear, cold and absolute, washed over Evie in a paralyzing wave. This was the beast she was bound to by law and treaty. This uncontrollable, tormented engine of destruction was the hidden reality of her marriage, the secret shame and terror of the powerful, formidable Shadowclaw pack. She wanted nothing more than to run, to flee back to the relative safety of her chambers, to bolt the door and hide under the heavy furs until morning, to scream until her lungs burned, to forget what she had seen, But then, amidst the terrifying frenzy, the beast paused its relentless assault on the walls and door. It threw its great monstrous head back, powerful jaws gaping wide. Rows of razor-sharp teeth bared towards the vaulted ceiling far above, and another howl ripped through the subterranean chamber. This one, somehow, was different. Underneath the terrifying layers of fury and primal agony, layered like dissonant chords in a terrifying symphony, Evie heard it, a high, keening note of unbearable pain, of profound, soul-shattering loneliness, a desperate cry lost in the overwhelming storm of rage. It was the sound, she realized with a jolt that pierced through her fear like a physical blow, of a sentient mind trapped within a monstrous, agonizing prison, fighting desperately, futilely, against its own horrifying nature, lost and utterly alone in a sea of unrelenting torment. It was the sound of Marcus, somewhere deep inside, crying out, in that single, harrowing moment, hearing that unmistakable echo of the trapped soul crying out from within the monster. Something shifted irrevocably within her. The fear didn't vanish. It was too primal, too immediate, too overwhelming for that, but it was suddenly, inexplicably, joined by a powerful surge of unexpected, fierce empathy that resonated through the strange connection humming between them. She saw past the terrifying monster wreaking havoc before her. She saw the tormented Alpha, the man whose weary, haunted eyes she'd glimpsed across the vast dining hall, the leader who had instinctively shielded her in the forest without a second thought, the boy whose father had succumbed to this same horror. She saw Marcus, suffering unimaginable agony, isolated by his curse and his duty, consumed by a darkness he hadn't chosen, fighting a desperate, losing battle that no one could truly share or even comprehend. Her hand instinctively went to her chest, feeling the faint, persistent thrum of the bond beneath her palm, now humming with a strange, discordant mix of residual terror and overwhelming sympathy. It wasn't just a political arrangement anymore. It wasn't just fear holding her captive in this cold, formidable fortress. It was a connection, fragile yet undeniably real, to the suffering man trapped inside the raging beast, and a quiet, fierce resolve, startling in its intensity, began to bloom in the desolate landscape of her fear, pushing back the edges of her terror like dawn pushing back the night. He doesn't deserve this, she thought, the conviction hardening within her like forged steel. No one deserves this agony, this isolation. The question that had haunted her since her arrival, a passive query of fate, can this marriage even be survived, echoed in her mind. But now it began to transform, subtly twisting into a nascent, desperate, terrifying mission. Can this curse be broken? Can I help him? Perhaps there was a way. She didn't know how. Hadn't the faintest idea where to even begin. Searching for an answer generations had failed to find, surrounded by secrets and potential enemies. But standing there, hidden in the shadows, listening to the tormented howls echoing through the cold, unforgiving stone, Evie knew, with a startling certainty that surprised her with its sudden strength, that she had to try. She couldn't, wouldn't, simply stand by and watch him suffer alone month after agonizing month. She had to find a way. The aftermath of the full moon invariably cast a somber, heavy pall over the entire keep. The distant, horrifying sounds of the beast's rage slowly subsided as dawn painted the eastern sky in bruised shades of purple and gray, replaced by an exhausted, echoing silence from the lower levels. Later that morning, hidden behind a curtain in her chambers, Evie watched from her high window overlooking the inner courtyard as Kale led a small, grim-faced team, including Alara carrying medical supplies and potent restorative drafts. down the stone steps leading into the subterranean containment chamber. Their faces were set, their movements practiced, revealing the grim familiarity of this terrible duty. Hours later, they emerged, carefully carrying Marcus, wrapped heavily in thick furs, on a sturdy stretcher. Even from this distance, Evie could see the unnatural stillness of his form, the pallor of the hand lying limply outside the furs. He would be human again, but likely unconscious or barely lucid, invariably injured from his own violent struggles against the reinforced confinement, deep bruises covering his torso, bleeding lacerations on his limbs where claws met stone, sometimes even dislocated joints or broken bones from impacting the unyielding walls with monstrous force. He would be carefully carried, swiftly and discreetly, to his private chambers in a secluded wing of the keep, tended to solely by Alara. He would remain secluded for a day or two, sometimes longer according to the hushed whispers Evie overheard, recovering physically and, Evie suspected, psychically retreating from the horror, shame, and bone-deep exhaustion of his own transformation, locking himself away until the worst of the trauma subsided. During this period of Marcus's enforced seclusion, Evie felt a strange, unsettling mix of residual fear, the vivid memory of the red-eyed beast's raw power, its terrifying proximity through the viewing slit, still making her hands tremble when she thought of it, and a newfound, determined purpose. The image of the pain in the beast's howl, the undeniable echo of the trapped soul crying out for release, was seared into her memory, overriding much of her terror. She returned to the library with renewed vigor, her research becoming laser-focused, almost obsessive. She sought not just general information about the curse, but its specific mechanics, its potential weaknesses, its precise origin. The scroll had mentioned a keystone, an anchor. If it was truly inflicted by the Night Weavers using such an anchor, perhaps specific counter-magic existed. Perhaps the anchor could be found, destroyed, or its connection severed. She also began to navigate the complex social structure of the pack with more confidence and purpose, slowly carving out a niche for herself beyond Alpha's southern bride. Understanding that respect in Shadowclaw was earned through action and resilience, not freely given based on title or diplomacy. She offered quiet, practical support where she could, drawing on her Silverstream upbringing, which emphasized community care. She spent time with the Omega caregivers, helping them organize the dwindling winter supply inventories. Using her knack for logistics learned from her father, she listened patiently, truly listened, to the concerns of mothers worried about dwindling firewood rations or the persistent coughs troubling their pups in the damp northern air. Offering what comfort and practical suggestions she could, she made a point of attending the grueling training sessions in the courtyard, not just observing passively, but asking Kale quiet, intelligent questions about tactics and formations afterwards, showing genuine interest and a surprisingly quick grasp of strategy. Kale, initially dismissive, began answering her with less reserve, a flicker of grudging respect occasionally visible in his sharp gray eyes. She began to earn small measures of wary trust from some, particularly the pack's Omega caregivers, who appreciated her gentle manner with the children, and some of the younger warriors, less entrenched in the old prejudices, who saw her quiet determination. She remained acutely aware, however, of others, like Theron and his close-knit clique of ambitious young warriors, whose veiled hostility seemed to sharpen into outright resentment whenever Marcus, in the rare moments he appeared publicly soon after his recovery, showed her even the slightest, most perfunctory consideration, a brief nod, a shared glance across the hall. Theron's faction seemed to view any sign of the Alpha's connection to her as a weakness, a distraction from the pack's martial priorities. Evie saw Theron conferring frequently with Lorne, the charismatic Gamma, whose smooth words and easy smile never quite reached his calculating eyes. Lorne seemed adept at subtly stoking the embers of discontent among the younger generation, hinting at past glories and questioning Marcus's cautious, defensive strategies. A current of political intrigue flowed beneath the surface of the pack's rigid hierarchy, and Evie sensed she was becoming an unwitting focal point for some of that tension. She actively sought out the elders again, particularly Elder Maeve, a wizened old she-wolf whose eyes seemed to hold the memory of centuries, her fur more silver than gray. Evie approached her respectfully, bringing offerings of rare southern herbs Maeve had expressed interest in, and asked careful questions about pack history. The specific traditions surrounding the Luna roll, which Maeve confirmed, had become largely ceremonial and passive in recent generations. Unlike in Vorlag's time, and, most delicately, about the ancient conflict with the Night Weavers and the nature of their magic, framing her questions around historical curiosity, Elder Maeve, sharp-eyed and seemingly older than the mountains themselves, her voice a dry rustle like autumn leaves, observed Evie intently over cups of bitter herbal tea in the elder's quiet, tapestry-lined chamber. She spoke cryptically of the curse's power waxing and waning over generations, hinting that its strength seemed tied not just intrinsically to the moon, but perhaps to external events, ley line activity which fluctuated across the territory, or even, intriguingly, the Alpha's own state of mind and emotional connections. Balance, Luna. Maeve had rasped one afternoon, pinning Evie with her piercing gaze. The curse is old magic, born of hate and despair. Such magic thrives in isolation, feeds on fear. Light seeks connection, finds strength in unity, in bonds forged not of duty, but of the heart. Remember that. The old ways speak of the Luna as not just a mate, but an anchor, a shield for the Alpha's soul. If the bond is true, the words resonated deeply with Evie's own instincts about the nascent bond she felt with Marcus, the profound loneliness she sensed in him, and the terrifying hope blooming within her. A shield for his soul. Could she truly be that? When Marcus finally emerged from his secluded chambers after the full moon, nearly 3 days later this time, he looked gaunt, hollowed out, shadows clinging beneath his eyes like dark bruises left by an invisible fist. He carried himself with a profound physical and emotional stiffness, meticulously avoiding her gaze, a deep, palpable shame emanating from him like a physical chill that made the air around him feel colder. Their already strained interactions became even more laden with unspoken tension. He seemed embarrassed, perhaps even resentful, of her presence, a constant, living reminder of the vulnerability, the monstrousness. He fought so hard to conceal from the world, and perhaps even from himself. He buried himself in his duties with renewed intensity, his voice clipped, his manner brusher than ever, pushing everyone away. Yet, Evie persisted, guided by her newfound resolve and Elder Maeve's words about connection. She didn't pry into his recovery, didn't push for conversation, didn't offer empty platitudes that would surely be rebuffed with icy silence. But she made her presence known, a quiet, steady point in his tumultuous world. She continued leaving small, unobtrusive offerings outside his study, a flask of Alara's potent restorative broth known to aid healing deep tissue damage, a newly discovered historical text detailing the region's complex geological formations, remembering Kale, mentioning the Alpha's sharp mind for strategy extended to terrain analysis for defense, a simple wildflower, a hardy purple mountain bloom she'd found clinging to life in a crevice in the garden wall, tucked into a small, chipped clay vase she'd found tucked away in the library. She wouldn't force interaction, but she refused to hide or shy away from him either. Attending meals, observing training, present in the life of the keep, she met his occasional, fleeting, guarded glances across the great hall or courtyard with a steady, quiet gaze, hoping to convey empathy rather than pity or fear, strength rather than judgment. One evening, several days after he had resumed his duties, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife, Evie sought refuge from the oppressive silence of the keep and the heavy weight of Marcus's pointed avoidance. She wandered into the moonlit gardens nestled within the inner bailey, a surprisingly peaceful sanctuary protected by high stone walls, fragrant with night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. The nearly full moon, already beginning its ominous ascent, cast long, dancing shadows. She heard a faint rustle of displaced leaves and turned, startled, to find Marcus standing near an ancient, gnarled oak tree at the garden's edge, silhouetted starkly against the lunar glow. He wasn't looking at her, but staring up at the celestial body, his profile harsh and drawn, radiating a profound sense of weary resignation and tightly leashed despair. Hesitantly, summoning her courage, steeling herself against the expected rebuff or cold dismissal, she approached, stopping a respectful distance away. "Alpha," she murmured, her voice soft in the quiet night air, breaking the fragile silence. He didn't turn immediately, his attention fixed on the mocking lunar orb. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low, rough, raw around the edges, stripped of its usual commanding tone. "The moon mocks me, Luna, even when it's not full, a constant reminder of the chain around my neck, the poison in my blood. Every cycle, it grows stronger, demanding its price. It's beautiful tonight," Evie offered softly, looking up at the silvery orb bathing the garden in ethereal, tranquil light. "Peaceful. Year. Quiet." A stark contrast to the turmoil she knew raged within him. The battle he fought minute by minute as the moon waxed. He finally looked at her then, his whiskey storm eyes searching her face intently in the moonlight, as if truly seeing her for the first time, not just as the Silverstream Luna, the political pawn, but as the woman who hadn't fled screaming after hearing his transformation, the woman who met his gaze without flinching. "You are not afraid?" he asked, the question blunt, stripped of formality, hanging heavy with vulnerability between them. After what you must have heard, the sounds they carry." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "Did you? Kale mentioned a loosened hinge on your door. Did you see?" The question was heavy, accusatory, yet laced with a desperate need to know, to understand her lack of overt terror. Evie swallowed hard. The memory of the red-eyed beast, the sounds of its fury and pain, the image burned behind her eyelids, vivid and chilling. Honesty felt crucial, the only currency she possessed in this unequal footing. She met his intense gaze directly, refusing to lie or evade. "I heard," she admitted, her voice quiet but firm, "and yes, I saw." Through the old viewing slit near the chamber, she saw him flinch, a deep shudder running through his powerful frame, his face tightening as if struck. Shame and anger warred in his eyes. "I was terrified," she continued quickly, honestly. "What I saw, what I heard, it was horrifying." She paused, taking another breath, choosing her next words carefully, needing him to understand. "But I also heard the pain." Marcus, using his name, felt natural, necessary in this moment of raw honesty. Underneath the rage, the sound of someone trapped, someone suffering. "I saw the monster. But I heard the man, a flicker of profound surprise, quickly masked by his usual stoicism, crossed his harsh features. He turned abruptly back to the moon, his broad shoulders tense beneath his tunic, presenting her with his back, a wall against her words, against her empathy. Pain is the price of this power, Luna, of this curse. It is the inescapable legacy of my blood, passed down like the color of my eyes. There is no escaping it. His voice was flat, resigned, devoid of hope. Must it be? She asked, bolder now, stepping closer despite his defensive posture, fueled by her research and the empathy that refused to be extinguished by fear or his walls. Curses are made by intent, by magic. The texts I've read, the old lore Elder Maeve shared, they suggest perhaps they can be unmade, or at least countered, weakened. The scroll spoke of a keystone, an anchor. He gave a short, harsh laugh, utterly devoid of humor, a bitter sound that scraped against the quiet night, a fairy tale. Generations of alphas have tried. My father, his voice tightened almost imperceptibly, spent his life searching for a cure, consulted elders from every territory, shamans from distant lands, powerful healers who demanded fortunes in gold and blood. All have failed. He bankrupted our reserves, chased shadows, grew obsessed. The magic is old, dark, deeply woven into my bloodline, anchored perhaps not just in blood but in our very history, in the land itself, intertwined with the power that makes Shadowclaw strong. To remove it might destroy the alpha line entirely. Old magic can sometimes be countered by different kinds. Evie mused, thinking aloud, pressing gently, refusing to let him shut down completely. She remembered the fragmented lore she'd been piecing together, the hints about intent, anchors, blood resonance, and the power of connection. Perhaps not brute force against brute force, not magic against stronger magic, but understanding, connection, intent. Elder Maeve spoke of balance, of unity strengthening the light against darkness. Marcus looked at her again, a longer, more searching gaze this time, turning slowly to face her fully. He seemed to truly see her then, not just the frightened bride from a lesser pack, the political necessity he'd accepted with grim reluctance. He saw the young woman who had quietly faced down Theron's sneers, who meticulously researched ancient, crumbling texts in the dusty library late into the night, who met his gaze steadily even after witnessing the horror of his transformation firsthand, who spoke of hope when he knew only despair. He saw the unexpected, quiet resolve glinting in her eyes, shimmering like moonlight on dark water. He noticed, perhaps for the first time, the faint scent of old parchment and dried herbs, rosemary for remembrance, lavender for calm, chamomile for sleep, that seemed to cling to her, a stark contrast to the metallic scent of blood and steel that permeated his own existence. He felt the low, persistent thrum of the bond between them, a connection he had tried desperately, angrily, to ignore, fearing it would only bring her pain, or worse, make her a target for the darkness that clung to him like a shroud. Her presence, her quiet strength, her lack of judgment despite what she'd seen. It was unnerving, unsettling, yet undeniably grounding. You risk much, delving into matters that have destroyed wiser minds than yours, Luna, he warned, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, losing some of its harsh, defensive edge, a note of genuine concern underlying the words. Some doors are best left closed. Some knowledge brings only deeper despair, false hope that shatters the soul. He thought of his father's descent into madness. Fueled by that same desperate search, you risk everything, every single month, she countered quietly, holding her ground, refusing to be intimidated by the warning or the memory of his father's fate. And facing it utterly alone, isolation is its own kind of destruction. Marcus, perhaps a slower, quieter one, but just as deadly in the end. Maybe the others failed because they sought power against power. Maybe the answer lies elsewhere. A long, profound silence stretched between them, filled only by the chirping of crickets in the shadowed corners of the garden and the distant, mournful sigh of the wind through the high battlements. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, since before he'd even understood the curse's true nature as a boy, Marcus didn't feel entirely, utterly alone under the watchful, mocking eye of the moon. He saw a flicker of something unexpected, something tenacious, and surprisingly bright. In this Luna forced upon him courage, intelligence, and a startling depth of empathy. And perhaps, against all reason, against decades of ingrained despair and bitter experience, a tiny, terrifying glimmer of hope he hadn't dared to entertain since he was a boy, first learning the full, devastating horror of his cursed inheritance from a weeping mother and a grim-faced Kale. He didn't acknowledge it aloud, didn't offer encouragement or approval. The habit of shielding himself, of pushing others away for their own safety and his own sanity, too deeply ingrained. But he didn't dismiss her either. He simply inclined his head, a silent acknowledgement that felt heavier, more significant than any words exchanged between them thus far, before turning abruptly and melting back into the deep shadows of the keep, leaving Evie standing alone in the cool moonlight, the fragile bridge of understanding between them tentatively, precariously built across the chasm of his curse and her fear. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold, but a spark of fierce determination burned within her chest. He hadn't shut her down completely. It was a start. Evie's research became more focused, almost obsessive, in the weeks that followed, driven by that fragile hope ignited in the moonlit garden. Guided by cryptic passages and fragmented scrolls, cross-referencing them with Ilara's guarded hints about anchors, ley lines, and blood resonance, and Maeve's talk of balance, she began to suspect the curse wasn't just a blanket affliction residing solely and intrinsically in Marcus's blood. It felt tethered, anchored to something external, something physical, amplifying its power, drawing strength perhaps from the land itself, or a specific artifact. She found more references to the exiled Night Weavers, learning their specialty was blood magic, curses tied inextricably to lineage and amplified by celestial events, particularly the full moon, but potentially other convergences like eclipses or planetary alignments mentioned in obscure astrological texts. The keystone mentioned in the damaged scroll became her obsession. What was it? Where was it? Her discreet inquiries among the older pack members, framed as interest in pack history, and her long hours spent cloistered in the colder, lesser-used sections of the library, however, did not go entirely unnoticed. One damp afternoon, while examining an ancient, incredibly detailed territorial map showing faint, almost invisible ley line convergences, lines of natural earth energy in a remote, northwestern sector of Shadowclaw, lands labeled ominously as Shadowfell, a heavy tapestry depicting Vorlag the Fierce, battling a shadowy, indistinct sorcerer figure suddenly detached from the stone wall above her. Its heavy wooden rod crashed down with violent force exactly where she had been standing only seconds before, having bent down to retrieve a dropped charcoal stylus. Dust and crumbling mortar filled the air. It could have been an accident. The old rusted fixtures finally failing after centuries of neglect in the damp air. But the timing felt chillingly, terrifyingly convenient. She had been tracing the ley lines leading directly into the Shadowfell region later that same week, a rare, specific herb she'd requested from Alara for research into counter curses, moonpetal bloom. A phosphorescent flower said to bloom only under the light of the full moon near magically potent sites, and reputed in obscure texts to disrupt blood magic enchantments, disappeared from the healer's carefully organized stores before Evie could collect it. Alara seemed genuinely distressed, blaming careless apprentices who sometimes gathered herbs without proper labeling. But her eyes held a flicker of something else, fear. Evie couldn't be sure. The incident, combined with the falling tapestry, added to Evie's persistent prickle of unease along her spine. Small incidents, perhaps, easily dismissed as misfortune or carelessness in a large, ancient keep. Yet they created a pattern. Someone didn't want her looking too closely into the curse, specifically into the night weavers and potential anchors. Someone actively sought to hinder her progress. Was it simple resistance to change from traditionalists, or something more sinister? Were Lorne and Theron merely resentful, or actively working against her search for a cure? Perhaps seeing the curse as a source of Shadowclaw's fearsome reputation, or even having darker motives. Meanwhile, the subtle, inexorable bond between her and Marcus continued its quiet, subterranean growth, an underground river gaining strength unseen, felt most keenly in moments of proximity or shared focus. He started seeking her out, not just for the tense, mostly silent meals, but for brief, almost hesitant conversations. Often late at night in the quiet solitude of the library where she spent so much time. He wouldn't sit close, often leaning against a far bookshelf, but he would ask about her former pack, her family, her life before Shadowclaw, listening with an unnerving, focused intensity, his usual guardedness occasionally slipping to reveal flashes of dry, unexpected wit or a keen, strategic intelligence applied to matters beyond warfare. He inquired, with genuine intellectual curiosity, about Silverstream's diplomatic techniques, their methods of negotiation and consensus building, acknowledging, almost grudgingly, after she described a particularly complex treaty negotiation her father had navigated, their effectiveness in maintaining peace in the South. A different kind of strength. He'd conceded quietly one night, surprising her. One that requires patience I lack. Evie, in turn, learned to read the subtle shifts in his posture, the tightening of his jaw that signaled rising stress or the impending physical pain as the moon waxed again towards fullness. She learned that the slight downward tilt of his head meant he was considering her words carefully, even if he didn't voice agreement. She learned that the rare softening around his eyes, usually when she spoke of her home or shared a piece of lore she'd found, meant he was momentarily letting his guard down, revealing a glimpse of the man buried beneath the layers of alpha, legend, and curse. The library became their accidental sanctuary, a neutral ground where the roles of alpha and treaty bride blurred slightly, replaced by two intelligent minds engaging, however cautiously. One blustery evening, the wind howling around the keep like hungry wolves. Urgent reports crackled through the keep via crackling communication crystals, magically attuned stones used for long-distance messaging, carried by returning scouts, their faces grim, one nursing a badly wounded arm. A border patrol skirmish had erupted near the treacherous eastern ridge, a known crossing point for intruders from the blighted lands beyond. A large band of feral wolves, even bolder and more organized than the group they'd encountered weeks before, had deliberately ambushed a Shadowclaw patrol, using the rocky terrain and coordinated flanking tactics to inflict casualties before melting back into the wilderness. 2 Shadowclaw warriors were down, seriously injured. Marcus reacted instantly, his quiet demeanor dissolving into the focused, lethal intensity of the alpha, protecting his territory and his people. He didn't rage. He became icily calm, his commands sharp, precise. He led the counter-response himself, taking Kale and a dozen of his elite warriors, moving with blurring speed and decisive, lethal purpose out into the storm-lashed darkness. Evie watched from the highest battlement walkway, buffeted by the wind and stinging rain, her borrowed cloak whipping around her, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs as she tracked the distant flashes of light, likely Kale using signaling flares, and strained to hear the faint sounds of the fight echoing up from the valley below over the howl of the wind. She felt a surge of fierce, primal protectiveness towards him, an unexpected, visceral echo of the bond, a raw need for his safety that surprised her with its sheer intensity. It wasn't just concern for an ally or the pack leader whose strength protected her own people. It was personal, deep, terrifyingly strong. She gripped the cold stone parapet, whispering prayers for his safety, for the safety of his warriors, into the wind. When he returned hours later, near dawn, the storm having passed, leaving a bruised sky behind, he was physically unscathed, but grim, his tunic stained with dirt and the dark, viscous blood of ferals not his own. Thankfully, he found her waiting quietly in the main hall, a basin of warm water scented with antiseptic herbs, clean cloths, and Alara's strongest healing salves laid out neatly on a nearby table. The hall was deserted except for the two guards flanking the main door, who studiously avoided looking their way. He paused in the arched doorway, covered in the grime and sweat of battle, radiating exhaustion and the cold fury of command. Surprise flickered plainly across his harsh features before being quickly controlled. "Luna, it is late. You should be resting. Welcome back, Alpha," she said, her voice steadier than she felt, her hands only trembling slightly as she picked up a cloth. "I heard the reports. You fought well. The patrol, the injured warriors, they will recover," he replied curtly, stepping further into the hall, shedding his soiled outer cloak onto a bench. "Minor injuries among the rest of our warriors. We drove the attackers back, inflicted heavy losses. They were coordinated," he added, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully, his gaze distant, almost lead. "Their tactics were too precise for simple ferals. There is something else driving them, pushing them." He looked down at the basin she had prepared, then back at her, his expression unreadable in the flickering torchlight. "Allow me," she said softly, gesturing to a long, superficial scratch weeping blood on his forearm, likely torn by thorny underbrush during the pursuit through the dense forest. "It should be cleaned." He hesitated for a fraction of a second, his instinct to refuse care, to maintain distance, warring with something else, weariness, perhaps, or the simple human need for comfort after violence. Then, he gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod and extended his arm, taking his implicit consent from his stillness, his lack of immediate refusal. She gently began cleaning the wound, her touch careful, deliberate, mindful of the powerful muscles corded beneath his skin. Marcus stood utterly still, a rare occurrence for him, his powerful frame tense but unmoving under her touch. He watched her bent head, the way stray strands of dark hair escaped her simple braid and caught the flickering firelight like threads of silk. He felt the unexpected warmth of her touch seep through his skin, a strange, calming counterpoint to the cold dread and adrenaline hangover that usually accompanied the aftermath of violence. It seemed to somehow quiet the residual battle hum vibrating through his veins, soothe the ragged edges of his nerves, chase away the lingering scent of blood and death. It was a simple gesture, mundane even, yet profoundly intimate in its quiet care, its unassuming tenderness in the vast, cold hall. He realized with a jolt that he hadn't allowed anyone this close, this unguarded, performing such a simple act of tending. Not since his mother, long ago. Before the curse had fully taken his father, before his own life became defined by vigilance and isolation, the scent of her, wildflowers from the garden clinging faintly to her clothes, old parchment from the library, and her own quiet, resilient strength filled his senses, momentarily quieting the ever-present, low hum of the curse lurking within him, the constant awareness of the beast waiting, he realized, with another unsettling, terrifying jolt, that he was beginning to rely on her presence, her quiet courage, her unwavering gaze that held empathy but not pity. He was beginning, frighteningly, dangerously, to trust her, and trust, for Marcus Volkov, Alpha of Shadowclaw, bearer of the Maledictus Sanguinis, was a vulnerability he couldn't afford, a weakness that could be exploited, a connection that could bring her unimaginable pain. He pulled his arm back abruptly. The moment broken. "Thank you, Luna. That is sufficient." His voice was rough, distant again. "You should get some sleep." He turned and strode away, leaving her standing alone by the table, the damp cloth still in her hand, the lingering warmth of his skin replaced by the familiar chill of the keep. The second full moon of Evie's tenure at Shadowclaw arrived, heavy with a different kind of anticipation. This time, the thick dread coating the keep was still undeniably present, a heavy shroud woven into the very stones, but it was subtly laced with a thread of Evie's own quiet determination, and perhaps a shared, unspoken, fragile hope ignited by their recent, tentative interactions and her unwavering belief that the curse could be fought. She didn't hide fearfully in her chambers this time, waiting for the sounds to begin, armed with the knowledge gleaned from her relentless research about potential anchors, the importance of grounding presence, the power of intent spoken of by Maeve, and carrying a small pouch of potent, calming herbs Alara had reluctantly provided use extreme caution. "Luna, intent is everything. Do not interfere directly with the containment wards, but focus your own will." She insisted on being near the containment chamber during the transformation, not inside. Never inside. The memory of the beast's raw power viewed through the slit was too vivid, too terrifying for such foolishness. But she requested access to an adjacent, rarely used observation room Kale had mentioned existed, equipped with reinforced viewing capabilities. Kale argued vehemently against it, his face tight with disapproval. "Luna, it is unwise." The proximity, the sheer psychic force of the transformation. It can be damaging even through stone and wards. The Alpha forbade it. Marcus himself had confronted her when Kale reported her request, his voice tight with a mixture of protective fury and profound, agonizing shame. "It is not safe. You do not understand the totality of it. Evie, the sounds are one thing, but the feeling of it, the raw fury, the sheer presence of the beast straining against the walls, it can overwhelm the senses, break the mind. I will not risk you. Your presence nearby might even agitate it further, provoke it." His use of her name again, this time in sheer desperation, his fear palpable for her, struck her to the core. "I understand enough," she had countered firmly, meeting his tortured gaze evenly, refusing to back down, finding a strength she didn't know she possessed, fueled by the memory of the lonely howl and Maeve's words. "I understand you are utterly alone in there, Marcus, trapped in unimaginable torment. Perhaps you don't have to be, entirely. Let me be a witness. If nothing else, let me share the vigil, even from this distance. Let me offer something other than fear. Let me be the anchor Maeve spoke of, reluctantly, swayed perhaps by the unwavering resolve in her eyes that mirrored his own stubbornness, or perhaps unconsciously guided by the subtle, insistent pull of the bond urging connection over painful isolation. Marcus had finally, grimly, agreed. Kale will ensure the observation room is secure. You will not leave it. Understood, Kale. His expression etched with deep disapproval, but bound by his alpha's command, led her to the room himself. It was small, stone-walled, starkly furnished with only a single sturdy chair, and equipped with a narrow, incredibly thick slab of magically reinforced, silver-infused glass set deep into the wall facing the main containment chamber. The air was cold and still. Kale stationed two of his most trusted, stoic guards directly outside her observation room door. Their presence both reassuring and a stark reminder of the potential danger should anything go wrong. As the transformation began below, triggered inexorably by the moon reaching its zenith high above the peaks, flooding the land with cold light, the sounds were just as terrifying, just as gut-wrenching as before. The guttural roars ripping through the stone, the violent impact of the beast's immense body against the reinforced walls, the splintering crashes as it destroyed whatever restraints or calming charms Alara had hopefully placed within the chamber. Through the thick glass, she could see flashes of movement, the terrifying silhouette of the obsidian beast throwing itself against the far wall. But this time, Evie didn't just listen and watch passively. Paralyzed by the horrifying symphony of pain and rage, she sat straight in the cold chair, closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe deeply, evenly, pushing past the immediate terror, concentrating fiercely on the memory of the man trapped within the monstrous form. She held on to the image of his rare, fleeting smiles during their late-night library talks, his keen intelligence debating strategy, the surprisingly gentle feel of his large hand when he'd steadied her on uneven ground days before, the fierce, untamed protectiveness in his eyes when Theron had sneered at her in the forest, the vulnerability she'd glimpsed in the moonlit garden. She held on to the steady, persistent thrum of the bond connecting them, visualizing it as a thread of warm, golden light in the oppressive darkness radiating from the chamber beyond the glass. And she spoke softly, her voice trembling but clear, pitching it towards the reinforced glass, pouring her intent into the words, hoping somehow, against all logic, against centuries of failure, that her presence, her focused will, could penetrate the thick stone, the wards, and the overwhelming fury. "Marcus," she whispered, over and over, her voice gaining strength as she focused, ignoring the tremors in her own hands. "I am here, just outside. You are not alone in the darkness. Fight it. Hold on. Remember who you are. Alpha of Shadowclaw, protector of your pack. Remember the mountains, the scent of pine, the feel of the wind. Remember yourself." She poured every ounce of her focus, her empathy, her nascent, burgeoning feelings for him, feelings she was finally beginning to acknowledge as something deeper, more complex than duty or sympathy, into the words, into the bond connecting them, projecting calmness and strength. She barely felt herself, pushing it along that golden thread of connection. Inside the chamber, the obsidian beast raged, consumed by the curse's ancient fire, driven by generations of accumulated agony and fury. Its world was red haze, pain, and the overwhelming urge to destroy, to break free. But amidst the blinding maelstrom, a flicker of something alien, something unexpected, stirred within the chaos. A scent, wildflowers, and old parchment, her scent, somehow cutting through the metallic tang of blood and the sharp ozone of agony. A voice, faint but persistent as a river stone, impossibly piercing the deafening cacophony of its own snarls and the phantom whispers of the curse urging destruction. Remember yourself. For a split second, the horrifying, glowing red eyes seemed to clear fractionally, losing their mindless fury, focusing with unnerving, startling intensity on the reinforced window where it sensed her presence, her unwavering intent, her projected calm. The relentless, frenzied onslaught against the walls momentarily ceased. The beast stood utterly still, its massive head cocked, a low, confused whine rumbling deep in its chest, a sound of profound confusion rather than pure rage or agony. It wasn't control, not even close, not yet, but it was awareness. A momentary pause in the consuming storm, a flicker of the trapped consciousness recognizing something beyond its torment, a pinprick of light in the suffocating darkness. Then, as if recoiling from the unfamiliar sensation, the unfamiliar intrusion of calm into its rage, the primal fury surged back with renewed, explosive violence, throwing itself against the door with a roar louder than before. But that fleeting connection, that momentary awareness, had been made. Outside, Evie felt it too, a brief, intense pulse back through the bond, like a sharp electric shock, startling and distinct, followed immediately by a crushing wave of profound exhaustion emanating from him before the tormented howls resumed their desperate cadence. She slumped back in the chair, gasping, her own energy suddenly depleted, but her heart soared with a fierce, fragile hope. It was a small, almost infinitesimal victory, fragile and uncertain, gained at great cost to both of them, but it ignited a fierce, determined fire of hope within the desolate landscape of her fear. He could be reached. The beast wasn't absolute. Marcus was still in there, fighting, aware, and maybe, just maybe, she could help him fight more effectively. Maybe Maeve was right. Maybe connection was the key. Evie's growing influence within the keep, her quiet competence, her strengthening bond with the Alpha, her persistent research into forbidden lore, and, perhaps most significantly, her perceived near success in momentarily reaching Marcus during the terrifying transformation whispers inevitably spread among the guards stationed nearby. Sensing the subtle shift in the beast's rage did not go unnoticed by the hidden forces working against them, forces lurking within the keep's own shadowed walls. The accidents escalated, becoming less deniable, more pointed, moving beyond coincidence. A vital section of the library containing the most detailed lore about the Night Weavers, their specific magical practices, potential curse, breaking rituals gleaned from interrogations of captured followers centuries ago, and crucially, texts discussing magical anchors, keystones, and lineage bindings, was damaged in a sudden, localized fire late one night. It started in the alcove where Evie had been working earlier that day. Alert guards patrolling nearby were drawn by the smell of smoke and managed to extinguish it quickly before it consumed the entire wing. But several key texts, including one detailing binding rituals and the theoretical use of physical anchors for lineage curses, were reduced to charred, unusable fragments. Kale, investigating meticulously, his expression grim, reported finding strange, non-packed boot tracks beneath the library window afterwards, tracks deliberately obscured but distinct from Shadowclaw issue, which vanished abruptly near the outer wall, suggesting magical concealment or a hasty escape over the ramparts. Simultaneously, insidious whispers, subtle at first but growing bolder, started circulating among the pack, particularly seated among Theron's disgruntled faction, and some older, Deeply traditionalist members resentful of Marcus's relatively restrained rule compared to his more brutal ancestors and wary of Evie's outsider influence. The whispers, cleverly twisted half-truths, suggested the outsider Luna, with her strange Silverstream ways and her dangerous meddling in ancient curses best left undisturbed, was upsetting the delicate balance, perhaps even provoking the Alpha's curse, making it worse with her unwanted, unnatural interference. Hadn't the beast seemed more agitated this last moon, according to some guards? Wasn't the Alpha spending too much time distracted by her, neglecting pack readiness? Suspicion, cleverly orchestrated and subtly fueled by fear-mongering, began to fall deliberately on Evie, designed to isolate her further, to paint her as a danger rather than an ally, undermining the fragile trust she had begun to build. Lorne was often seen listening sympathetically to these concerned whispers, nodding gravely, subtly validating the fears without openly condemning the Luna himself. Kale, ever loyal to Marcus but increasingly, grudgingly protective of Evie after witnessing her quiet courage during the feral attack, her undeniable positive effect on Marcus's mood, and Marcus's subtle but fierce defense of her against Theron, began his own quiet, parallel investigation into the incidents and the source of the whispers. He didn't believe Evie was responsible, sensing the manipulation at play. His suspicion focused more intensely now not just on the openly resentful Theron, but on the ambitious Gamma, Lorne, with his smooth charisma, his quiet resentment of Marcus's focus on control and stability over aggressive expansion and dominance, and his growing popularity among those who felt Shadowclaw's power was being constrained, seemed too perfectly positioned. Lorne always seemed present, yet detached, during moments of crisis, his eyes holding a calculating gleam, offering plausible explanations for accidents and calming ruffled feathers, yet somehow subtly benefiting from the ensuing chaos or suspicion directed elsewhere. Kale began watching Lorne closely, noting his clandestine meetings, his coded messages sent via Raven to unknown recipients outside the keep. Evie, meanwhile, refusing to be deterred by the whispers or the accidents, painstakingly salvaged a few brittle, charred fragments from the library fire, working late into the night in her own chambers, the door now securely bolted from the inside, carefully cleaning and piecing them together under the light of a single candle, her fingers smudged with soot. She found something crucial, something that made her heart pound with a mixture of excitement and dread. One fragment, miraculously preserved, contained a partial symbol, a stylized crescent moon intertwined with a thorny, vicious-looking vine, disturbingly similar to fragmented markings attributed specifically to the Night Weavers in other texts Alara had shown her. Beneath the symbol was a clear, legible reference in Old Tongue to a keystone of binding, used in the original Maledictus Sanguinis ritual, described as the heart of the curse. Another scorched piece mentioned a ritual site of significant power located deep within the Shadowfell woods, that same remote, northwestern forest shown on the ley line map, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The text called it the Nexus of Sorrow, shunned by the pack, avoided for centuries, believed by local lore to be haunted by the vengeful spirits of the defeated Night Weavers, and saturated with their lingering, toxic magic, a place where reality itself felt thin and prone to twisting, where shadows held tangible form. A chilling, electrifying realization dawned on her, connecting the map, the scrolls, the whispers of an anchor. The curse wasn't just in Marcus's blood, it was likely anchored, physically, magically, to this keystone, hidden somewhere within the Shadowfell, drawing power from the ley lines converging there. Find the keystone, locate the ritual site, destroy the anchor, and perhaps the curse itself could be significantly weakened, maybe even broken entirely. Sever the root, and the poisoned vine would wither. Heart pounding with a potent mixture of dawning hope and cold dread, the Shadowfell was notoriously dangerous. Forbidden territory. She carefully gathered the fragile fragments and her hastily scribbled notes and requested an urgent audience with Marcus. She found him in his study, reviewing patrol route maps, the lines of strain from the recent transformation still visible around his eyes, though less pronounced than after the previous moon. A testament perhaps to her intervention, however small. She laid the charred fragments carefully on the heavy oak table between them, the evidence stark against the dark wood. He examined them closely, his expression turning grim as he recognized the partial Nightweaver symbol, his jaw tightening. Then his eyes widened slightly in shock as he read the fragmented text referencing the keystone of binding and the Shadowfell. The Shadowfell, he murmured, his voice low and resonant with the weight of old warnings, ancient fears ingrained in every Shadowclaw pup from their first history lesson. My father forbade anyone from setting foot there, even patrols. He said the place itself is cursed, the magic there toxic, hungry. It twists reality, feeds on despair, amplifies darkness. Many who entered in the old days never returned, or returned, changed. He looked up at Evie, his eyes dark with warning, but it might hold the key. Marcus, Evie insisted, meeting his gaze directly. The shared purpose, the urgency, overriding formality, the keystone of binding, the nexus of sorrow. The texts imply it acts as a physical and magical anchor, amplifying the curse through your bloodline, focusing its power, drawing strength from the land's energy, especially during the full moon. If we can find it, locate this ritual site, perhaps we can destroy it, or at least sever its connection to you. It will be guarded, Marcus stated flatly, his gaze distant, already calculating the immense, multifaceted risk, if such a thing truly exists, and isn't just another dead end like my father chased. It won't be unprotected. The descendants of the Nightweavers, if any truly remain as Lauren's whispers sometimes hint, or their lingering magic, their spectral guardians bound to the site, they would not leave such a potent artifact undefended. And traveling there now, with the next full moon less than 3 weeks away, he trailed off, the implications hanging heavy and ominous in the air. The journey itself was fraught with natural and unnatural peril, and reaching such a magically saturated site so close to the full moon could be catastrophic if he lost control away from the keep's secure chambers and powerful wards. The Shadowfell's aura alone might be enough to trigger the beast. Then we must be quick, Evie said, her voice unwavering despite the fear coiling like ice within her belly. And we must be careful. Discreet. Kale already suspects treachery within the pack. Someone is actively working against us. The fire, the missing herb, the whispers trying to isolate me. Someone tried to stop me from finding this information. Perhaps they know about the keystone. Perhaps they are trying to ensure you remain cursed, under their influence, or perpetually vulnerable. She met his gaze steadily. We cannot afford to wait. Marcus looked at her then, truly seeing the profound transformation she herself had undergone in the harsh environment of his keep. Gone was the terrified, trembling girl who had arrived months ago, resigned to a grim fate. In her place stood a woman of quiet strength, sharp intellect, and unexpected, fierce courage. She wasn't just his Luna by title or treaty anymore. She was becoming his partner, his confidant, his fiercest ally in a battle he had always believed he must fight utterly alone. The bond between them pulsed, a warm, steady presence against the cold dread of the curse and the looming dangers. He felt a surge of protectiveness so fierce it almost choked him. but intertwined with it, stronger than ever, was that burgeoning, dangerous hope she had single-handedly ignited within his long, dormant heart. He made a decision, the weight of generations of suffering and failed attempts settling heavily on his broad shoulders. But this time, it felt different. This time, he wasn't alone. "Very well," he said, his voice firm, decisive. The Alpha taking command. "We will go. Kale will choose a small, absolutely loyal escort, warriors whose loyalty is beyond question, who understand the stakes, who can move unseen. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Maximum speed, minimum exposure. We investigate this nexus of sorrow, this keystone." He leaned forward across the table, his whiskey storm eyes locking onto hers, his expression deadly serious, intense. "But Evie," his voice dropped, low and urgent, a raw command beneath the quiet tone. "Listen to me carefully. This is not negotiable. Your safety is paramount. If at any point on this journey, I feel the change coming prematurely, if the control slips even for a moment due to the Shadowfell's influence or the moon's pull, you must leave me. Kale's first. Absolute duty will be to get you away, back to the safety of the keep. Do you understand? Your safety comes first. Absolutely. I will not risk you to that thing." Evie met his intense gaze, her throat tight with a mixture of fear for the journey ahead and fierce determination. She saw the unshakable resolve in his eyes, but also the underlying, profound fear for her. "I understand the risk, Marcus." She nodded slowly, her own resolve matching his. "I will be careful. But we face this together. Whatever awaits us in the Shadowfell, whatever guardians or treachery we find, we face it together. As Luna, as your mate." The last word slipped out, unbidden but true, hanging in the air between them. Their journey into the infamous Shadowfell woods began before the first hint of dawn painted the eastern peaks. A small, grim group melting silently into the pre-dawn gloom. The air was cold enough to see their breath plume, heavy with unspoken tension. The team consisted of Marcus, Evie, the ever-vigilant Kale, and 4 of Kale's most trusted, battle-hardened warriors, silent veterans, older wolves whose loyalty to Marcus was absolute and unquestionable, forged in countless battles and shared hardships, their faces grim masks of concentration. Evie wore practical, warm leggings and a tunic borrowed from the warrior stores, her ceremonial dagger strapped securely to her boot, a pouch of Alara's protective herbs tucked inside her cloak. The forest lived up to its ominous name almost immediately upon crossing its indistinct, mist-shrouded border. The transition was palpable, like stepping through an invisible, chilling curtain. Ancient, grotesquely twisted trees, far older and larger than any Evie had seen before, draped in thick, slimy gray-green moss that seemed to writhe in the periphery, blotted out the struggling sunlight, creating a perpetual, suffocating twilight beneath the dense, interlocking canopy. The air grew thick, heavy, unnaturally still, devoid of birdsong or the usual rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. The only sounds were the muffled tread of their boots on the damp, mossy ground and their own strained breathing. The air carried the cloying, sickly sweet scent of decay, stagnant water, and something else, an acrid undertone of old, corrupt magic. Strange whispers seemed to echo just at the edge of hearing, formless and unsettling, speaking half-forgotten names or uttering insidious doubts. Shadows writhed and coalesced in the periphery of their vision, tricks of the dim light filtering through the dense canopy, or something more sinister testing their resolve, probing for weaknesses. They moved quickly, conserving energy. Kale taking point, navigating by pure instinct. Faint shifts in the air currents. And old, faded trail markers only he seemed able recognize on the gnarled bark of trees or moss-covered stones. Markers perhaps left by patrols centuries ago, before the woods were fully forbidden. The chosen warriors formed a tight, protective diamond formation around Marcus and Evie, their senses on high alert, hands never far from the hilts of their silvered blades or the grips of their axes, their wolf forms held just beneath the surface, ready to shift instantly at the slightest sign of danger. Marcus himself was unusually quiet, his focus absolute, his gaze constantly scanning the oppressive woods, his jaw tight with concentration. Evie could feel the pressure building in him, a low hum of tightly leashed power radiating from him. The proximity to the Shadowfell's pervasive dark magic and the relentless, unseen march of the moon, though hidden by the dense canopy, clearly aggravated the curse's latent influence. Even though its anchor was potentially miles away, he fought it visibly at times, his breathing sometimes catching sharply, his large hands clenching and unclenching rhythmically at his sides, as if gripping an invisible tether. The knuckles white. He refused to show weakness, but Evie, attuned to him through the bond, felt his struggle. The constant, grinding effort of will required just to remain himself in this malevolent place. Evie stayed close to his side, drawing a strange, paradoxical comfort from his solid, powerful presence despite the palpable tension radiating from him, while simultaneously scanning their surroundings, her own senses feeling strangely sharpened, perhaps amplified by the bond or the latent magic saturating the oppressive forest air. She found herself noticing unnatural patterns in the tangled undergrowth, strangely twisted branches that seemed deliberately formed into warding symbols meant to confuse or repel. Faint, almost eroded sigils scratched onto ancient, moss-covered standing stones, markers left by the night weavers centuries ago, perhaps. Her research into their symbols proved unexpectedly useful, as she pointed out a cleverly hidden tripwire woven from shadow stuff concealed by illusionary vines that Kale had almost missed in the gloom. She also identified a patch of highly poisonous blackroot deliberately cultivated near a narrow choke point in the path, its toxins capable of inducing paralysis or madness if touched or ingested. Marcus acknowledged her observations with curt nods, his eyes showing a flicker of grudging respect for her unexpected skills, a silent admission that she was more than just a burden on this dangerous trek. The journey felt significantly longer than the map suggested, the forest actively resisting their progress, the path seeming to twist back on itself, distances distorted by subtle illusions. They navigated treacherous, slippery ravines where the mist clung like wet shrouds, reducing visibility to mere feet, the silence broken only by the drip of unseen water. They crossed stagnant, bubbling bogs that sucked greedily at their boots and released foul-smelling gases that made their heads swim. They pushed through dense, thorny thickets that tore viciously at their cloaks and skin, leaving stinging scratches. Once, they were forced to make a wide, time-consuming detour around a large clearing, where the ground radiated an unnatural, bone-chilling cold that seeped through their boots, and the air shimmered with visible waves of distorted magic, a powerful, ancient ward they couldn't risk triggering, likely guarding something best left undisturbed, perhaps an old Nightweaver burial site or power nexus. Another time, they heard a chilling, multi-voiced cry echo through the trees ahead, unlike any natural creature Evie had ever heard, a sound that scraped nerves raw and spoke of ancient, predatory hunger. Kale swiftly, silently guided them onto a different, more concealed game trail, his hand gesturing urgently for absolute silence until the sound faded into the oppressive distance. Evie found herself relying heavily on basic survival skills learned during childhood explorations along the Silver Stream, conserving precious water, rationing the dense, nutrient-rich dried rations Kale provided, reading the subtle signs of the oppressive forest, identifying edible fungi from poisonous lookalikes, skills she never thought she'd need as a Luna, especially not the Luna of the mighty Shadowclaw. She felt a pang of homesickness, quickly suppressed. Finally, after what felt like days, but was likely only a grueling day and a half of hard, relentless travel, pushing themselves without rest, Kale signaled an abrupt halt, raising a hand, his body tense. Through the swirling, gray mist ahead, in a sunken, marshy dell overshadowed by towering, black, skeletal trees that seemed to drink the remaining light. They saw it, a crumbling stone altar, roughly carved from a single block of dark, veined rock that seemed to absorb the light, stained black with age, and something that looked disturbingly like old, dried blood, stood crookedly at the center of the otherwise empty clearing. It pulsed with a faint, sickly dark energy, a palpable aura of coldness and malice that seeped into their bones even from a distance, making their teeth ache and nausea rise in their throats, and embedded deep within the altar's center, radiating a nauseating, fluctuating greenish-black light that flickered like a diseased heart, was a jagged piece of unidentifiable black stone, roughly the size and shape of a human heart, the keystone of binding. It seemed to throb faintly in time with a malevolent, unheard rhythm, radiating pure, ancient malice and a sense of profound wrongness that twisted the very air around it. This was it, the source, the anchor. There, Evie breathed, pointing, her hand tightening instinctively, unconsciously on Marcus's heavily muscled arm. He didn't shrug her off, but as they began to move cautiously, silently forward, weapons drawn, stepping out from the cover of the trees into the cursed dell, the air crackled with sudden, hostile energy. The ever-present mist thickened rapidly, swirling violently like disturbed water, coalescing. Shadows detached themselves silently from the base of the black, skeletal trees, lengthening, solidifying slowly into vaguely humanoid shapes with empty, hollow sockets that glowed with a chilling, internal bluish light, spectral guardians, bound eternally to defend the site. Remnants perhaps of those slain in ancient battles, their forms radiating an aura of profound despair and icy cold that weakened the will, simultaneously, with terrifying coordination that spoke of a well-laid trap. Anticipating their arrival, several figures emerged silently, like wraiths, from the dense trees behind them, blocking their only path of retreat, Shadowclaw wolves, at least 6 of them, moving with predatory confidence. But their eyes burned not with the feral red of the curse, nor the loyal gold of the pack, but with the cold, hard light of calculated, shocking betrayal, leading them, stepping out from behind the largest, most gnarled tree with a confident, almost arrogant stride. His handsome face twisting into a triumphant smirk was Lorne, Marcus's own Gamma, his second in command after Kyle Lorne, the charismatic, ambitious wolf who had long cultivated a following among the younger, more restless warriors, who had subtly fanned the flames of dissent and suspicion. Alpha, Lorne sneered, the sound dripping with false deference that didn't quite mask the triumphant malice gleaming in his eyes. An unwise journey into the heart of darkness, especially so close to the moon. He cast a deliberately contemptuous glance at Evie, who stood frozen beside Marcus, disbelief warring with dawning horror. Filling your head with foolish hope and fairy tales, this outsider, weakening you, weakening the pack with her soft silver stream notions of breaking unbreakable curses. Some things are meant to endure. Alpha. Some power sources are too valuable to destroy. Lorne! Traitor! Kale roared, wasting no time on disbelief or parley. His loyalty absolute, his reaction instantaneous. The sickening sound of rending cloth and snapping bone echoed jarringly in the sudden, tense silence as he shifted instantly, transforming in mid-air into his powerful, battle-scarred, gray-pelted wolf form. He launched himself forward without hesitation, positioning himself defensively between Marcus, Evie, and the group of betrayers. The four loyal guards followed suit immediately, shifting with disciplined speed, their transformations seamless, forming a tight, snarling crescent of protective fury around their Alpha and Luna. A tense, deadly standoff erupted amidst the swirling mist and the rising despair radiating from the spectral guardians. The stench of bitter betrayal mixing poisonously with the ancient, cloying malice of the clearing. Marcus snarled, a low, dangerous sound rumbling deep in his chest, his own transformation held back only by sheer, desperate force of will. The intense pressure of the approaching full moon, the cloying dark magic emanating from the keystone, and the sharp, agonizing sting of Lorne's stunning betrayal slammed into him all at once. A devastating triple assault on his control. He felt the beast clawing frantically, furiously at the edges of his consciousness, snarling for release, sensing the proximity of power, violence, and betrayal. Lorne, he bit out, his voice already deepening, roughening at the edges, fighting to maintain human speech. You ally yourself with the very shadows that cursed our line, with the Nightweaver filth that torments your pack, your Alpha. For what? Ambition. The shadows offer power. Marcus, Lorne spat back, dropping all pretense of respect, his face contorted with ambition and long simmering resentment. Real power, unfettered power, the power you possess but fight, cage and fear, power you hoard, trapped by your weakness, your sentimentality, your fear of your own nature, and this human-hearted Luna. His eyes glittered with fanatical ambition. The pack needs strength, unbridled strength, like the glorious beast you lock away, not caution and diplomacy. The lingering inheritors of the Nightweavers promised me that power, promised to teach me control, where you only know chains and locks. They will grant it freely, once you are gone, and the curse remains firmly anchored through your bloodline, ensuring true Shadowclaw dominance across the North. Your time is over, old wolf. The pack desires a strong Alpha, one who embraces his power, not one weakened by a southern witch. It was a coordinated, vicious, two-pronged attack. Lorne and his rebel wolves lunged forward, shifting as they moved, crashing into Kale and the Loyalists in a whirlwind of gray and black fur. The clearing exploded in a chaotic, brutal flurry of slashing claws, snapping teeth, and snarling fury. The sounds of the savage pack fight, wolf against wolf, echoing horribly off the oppressive trees. Simultaneously, the silent, chilling, spectral guardians drifted inexorably, silently towards Marcus and Evie, their incorporeal forms phasing through the melee, their chilling touch draining warmth, strength, and hope, feeding hungrily on fear and despair. Marcus shoved Evie bodily behind him, shielding her with his own large frame, turning to meet the insidious assault of the phantoms, his own formidable strength warring desperately against the rapidly encroaching curse, the draining dark magic of the Dell, and the debilitating, hope-sucking touch of the multiple spectral attackers. He roared in defiance, batting away a grasping spectral hand that left trails of numbing frost on his tunic, the cold seeping towards his heart. The keystone, Evie. Now, while they are distracted, you have to destroy it, he roared over the deafening din of the wolf battle, his voice strained, already deepening further into a feral growl as he fought desperately, ferociously to maintain control, to protect her while battling enemies both physical and spectral on multiple fronts. The red starting to bleed into the edges of his vision, Evie knew she had only seconds. The fate of Marcus. The Loyalists locked in brutal combat. Perhaps the entire future of the pack hinged on this single, desperate moment, dodging a grasping spectral hand that passed chillingly close, its touch raising gooseflesh and momentarily filling her with soul-crushing despair. Fueled by a potent cocktail of adrenaline, paralyzing fear, and the fierce, unwavering love that now burned brightly within her, eclipsing everything else, she scrambled towards the pulsating, malevolent altar. The obsidian keystone resisted her approach, radiating waves of nauseating energy, making her stomach churn violently and her head spin as if she were drunk. The whispers intensified, urging her to flee, telling her it was hopeless. She remembered a specific, fragmented phrase from one of the salvaged, charred texts. Blood calls to blood, magic answers intent. The anchor yields only to sacrifice born of connection. Ignoring the freezing cold emanating from the altar stone that bit painfully at her skin, even through her thick gloves, she drew the small, sharp ceremonial dagger she always carried now tucked in her boot, a gift from Alara, ostensibly for Luna rituals. Its silvered edge was razor sharp, taking a deep, ragged breath, steeling her resolve, focusing all her will, picturing Marcus's face, their connection. She sliced her palm open along the lifeline, ignoring the sharp, stinging pain as warm. Bright blood welled up instantly, shockingly red against the gloom. Without hesitation, praying silently to whatever benevolent spirits might linger in this cursed place, or perhaps just to the strength of her own love, she pressed her bleeding hand firmly against the icy, throbbing surface of the obsidian keystone. Luna blood, Silverstream blood, now intertwined inextricably with the alpha line through the nascent but incredibly powerful mate bond. Simultaneously, she poured every ounce of her will, all her desperate love for Marcus fighting for his soul behind her, all her fervent hope for his freedom from torment, all her fierce intent into a single, focused, silent scream directed deep into the heart of the stone. Release him! Let him go! A blinding flash of violent, sickening green-black light erupted explosively from the keystone, throwing Evie backwards with stunning force onto the damp, mossy ground, knocking the wind from her lungs. The spectral guardians shrieked in unison, a sound like tearing silk across dimensions, and dissolved instantly into harmless wisps of dissipating mist. Their mournful essence scattered, the palpable dark energy anchoring the curse recoiled violently, like a physical entity struck a heavy, unexpected blow. Across the clearing, Marcus cried out, a sharp, ragged sound of agony and profound surprise, falling heavily to his knees, clutching his head as the unbearable, crushing pressure within him didn't vanish entirely, but violently shifted, lessened dramatically. The malevolent connection to the anchor momentarily, brutally fractured. Lorne, momentarily stunned and blinded by the unexpected blast of raw energy, snarled in incoherent fury as he saw the spectral guardians vanish and Marcus falter, kneeling and vulnerable. Seeing his perceived chance for ultimate victory slipping away, he violently disengaged from Kale, ignoring the deep gash the beta's claws left on his shoulder. and lunged across the clearing towards the kneeling, seemingly weakened alpha, fangs bared for a killing strike to the throat. But Kyle, ever loyal, ever anticipating his alpha's needs even in the heat of battle, anticipated the treacherous move. With a roar of pure protective fury, he intercepted Lorne mid-leap, crashing into the Gamma with savage force, bearing him hard to the ground in a vicious tangle of snarling gray and black fur, teeth snapping inches from Lorne's throat. The desperate battle among the wolves raged on, fiercer now as the loyalists pressed their advantage. But the crucial supernatural tide had decisively turned. Evie, staggering back to her feet, clutching her profusely bleeding hand to her chest, her vision swimming, saw the keystone clearly now, hairline cracks, like fissures in black ice, spiderwebbed visibly across its surface, the malevolent greenish-black glow flickering erratically, significantly weakened, pulsing like a dying heart. It wasn't destroyed, not completely shattered, but it was damaged, fractured. The curse's anchor, the source of its amplified power, was broken, its connection frayed. Marcus looked up, pushing himself painfully to his feet, shaking his head to clear it. His eyes were no longer glowing with the terrifying feral red light, but were his own stormy whiskey color, filled with pain. Yes, exhaustion, absolutely, but also with a clarity, a self-possession Evie hadn't seen in him before under such extreme duress. He met Evie's gaze across the chaotic clearing, a look of profound, staggering gratitude, fierce, unwavering protectiveness, and something akin to stunned awe passing between them in that split second. A silent acknowledgement that transcended the surrounding chaos, sealing their bond irrevocably in fire and blood. Then, drawing tangible strength from the weakened curse and the powerful, reaffirming connection to her, he surged back into the fray, moving alongside Kale not as a burgeoning beast teetering on the edge, but as the controlled, devastatingly powerful alpha, his movements precise, strategic, and deadly efficient. The combined force of the true alpha, fighting with clear mind and full power, and his fiercely loyal beta quickly overwhelmed the remaining demoralized traders. Their morale shattered by the sudden failure of the spectral guardians and the unexpected, decisive turn of events. Lorne, realizing his desperate, ambitious gambit had failed utterly, tried to break free from Kale's punishing grip and flee into the concealing woods, but was relentlessly hunted down and savagely subdued by Kale, pinned beneath the beta's heavy paws, snarling impotent defiance and spitting curses even in utter defeat. The battle in the Shadowfell was over. The fight was over. The Shadowfell Dell, moments before a scene of chaotic violence and supernatural energy, fell into an unnerving, echoing silence, broken only by the heavy, ragged panting of wolves shifting painfully back into human form, the wounded groans of the captured, bound traders securely trussed with thick leather bindings, and the steady, mournful drip of water from the moss-laden skeletal trees. The oppressive, swirling mist began to thin further, as if the forest itself could finally breathe again, now that the Keystone's immediate influence was fractured, revealing the grim aftermath of the brutal confrontation, scattered weapons, dark patches staining the moss, the lingering scent of blood and ozone. The cracked keystone still pulsed weakly on the blood-stained altar, its malevolent greenish-black glow significantly dimmed but not entirely extinguished, like a banked, dangerous ember still capable of reigniting if fanned by the right dark winds. A constant, unsettling reminder that the threat wasn't completely gone. Marcus, breathing heavily but fully in control, back in his human form, though his clothes were torn and stained with mud and the blood of Lorne's followers. rushed immediately to Evie's side before even checking on the status of the prisoners or his wounded loyalists. His priorities had irrevocably shifted. He gently took her injured hand, his thumb brushing away the dirt and blood, to examine the clean, deep cut across her palm, his touch almost reverent, his eyes filled with raw emotion, relief, gratitude, fear, awe, all warring within him. "Evie," he breathed, his voice thick, husky with relief warring intensely with profound concern. "Your hand, are you all right? You did it. You faced the keystone. You faced it. You weakened its hold. How did you know?" "Not completely," she whispered, leaning heavily against his solid strength, the adrenaline crash hitting her hard, leaving her suddenly exhausted, trembling, and nauseous. The world swam slightly before her eyes. It's still there, still, alive somehow, just quieter. She looked at the flickering stone with apprehension, then back at him. "The scrolls," they hinted. "Blood calls to blood. Magic answers intent. Connection." She sagged against him, the effort of the explanation too much. Kale approached, shifting back to his human form, wincing as he favored a wounded leg where one of the traitor's claws had slashed deep. His expression was grim as he surveyed the cracked stone. Then the subdued, glowering traitors bound securely by the warriors. Lorne glared with impotent, venomous fury from where he was pinned beneath the heavy boot of one of the loyalist veterans. "The anchor is damaged, Alpha. Significantly damaged," Kale reported, his voice rough with exhaustion and the lingering fury of betrayal. He looked at Evie with newfound respect, nodding curtly. "I can feel the difference in the air. The pressure has lessened dramatically, but it's not destroyed, and the root of the magic. The sorcerers Lorne spoke of, the Nightweaver descendants who promised him power in exchange for this." He gestured dismissively at Lorne. "They are likely still out there. They will sense this weakening, this interference. They will seek to repair the keystone, or worse, find another way to enforce the curse, perhaps directly through blood ritual. Now that they know we are aware." Marcus looked from the cracked, faintly flickering keystone back down at Evie, his hand still holding hers protectively, possessively, feeling the faint but steady pulse of the bond between them. His resolve hardened, the brief moment of fragile hope solidifying into fierce, unshakable determination. "Then we hunt them down," he stated, his voice ringing with newfound authority, utterly devoid of the curse's usual shadowy undertone of despair. "We find these Nightweaver remnants," Lorne allied himself with. "We tear out this poison by the roots. We end this, not just for me, but for the pack, for our future." He looked directly into Evie's eyes, his own stormy depths filled with an emotion that went far beyond gratitude or the pull of the bond. It was clear, unwavering, terrifyingly real. Love, deep and abiding, unexpectedly forged in shared danger, mutual sacrifice, and burgeoning trust. "Together," he added, the single word a vow stronger than any ceremony, sealing their fates as one. The journey back from the Shadowfell was faster, though no less tense, fueled by urgency and a somber, cautious hope. They moved with purpose, avoiding the most treacherous paths now that they knew the way. The immediate threat of Lorne's treachery was neutralized. The captured rebels securely bound and marched under heavy guard, their fate to be decided by pack law and the Alpha's judgment upon return. For Marcus, the palpable, crushing pressure of the curse, the constant internal battle that had defined his entire existence, had lessened significantly. It was still there, a lurking shadow in the back of his mind, a phantom limb of darkness he was acutely aware of, especially with the moon still nearing its peak. but it no longer felt like an overwhelming tide threatening to drown him at every unguarded moment. Evie's brave, selfless act at the altar, fueled by the power of the mate bond and her own fierce intent, had bought him crucial time, blessed clarity, and a measure of internal control he hadn't experienced in years. He found himself breathing easier, thinking clearer, the constant internal war having receded to a manageable background skirmish. He walked closer to Evie than protocol usually dictated, their shoulders occasionally brushing. The simple, grounding contact, a reassurance for both of them, amidst the uncertainty of what lay ahead. He found himself watching her, noting the quiet strength in her bearing, despite her exhaustion. The intelligence in her observant eyes, the way she offered a quiet word of encouragement to one of the weary warriors back at the keep. News of the Gamma's shocking betrayal, the desperate battle in the forbidden Shadowfell, and the miraculous damaging of the curse's anchor spread like wildfire. Transmitted ahead by Kale via communication crystal, it sent powerful shockwaves of disbelief, anger, fear, and ultimately, stunned, cautious hope through the entire pack. Turmoil erupted. Factions loyal to Lorne, though now leaderless and claiming ignorance of his true plot, were rounded up for questioning. Families worried about the fate of the captured traitors. Whispers turned to open speculation about the Night Weavers and the true extent of the remaining threat. Fear warred with fragile hope. To quell the rising panic and forge unity from the ashes of betrayal, Marcus convened the entire pack in the Great Hall that evening. He stood tall on the dais, not as their distant, cursed, feared alpha shrouded in isolation, but as a leader who had faced his own inner darkness, confronted devastating betrayal within his own ranks, and emerged, scarred but resolute, fundamentally changed. Evie stood beside him, a tangible symbol of that change, her bandaged hand held gently but firmly in his, their joined hands a visible testament to their partnership, their united front against the darkness, both within and without. He spoke clearly, his voice ringing with a conviction born of newfound freedom and purpose, telling them everything, Lorne's consuming ambition fueled by resentment. The secret alliance with the shadowy Nightweaver descendants seeking to restore the curse and gain influence. The ambush in the Shadowfell, the battle at the altar, the weakening of the Keystone. He didn't shy away from the danger they still faced, the lingering threat of the sorcerers seeking revenge or repair. He acknowledged the pack's fear, validated their concerns, and then, his voice softening slightly, but losing none of its power, he spoke of Luna Evie's courage. He held up their joined hands, her bandaged one stark white against his larger, calloused, scarred one, a symbol of their intertwined fates and shared sacrifice. For generations, Marcus declared, his intense gaze sweeping across the hundreds of assembled pack members, meeting eyes without flinching, his presence commanding but no longer solely intimidating. There was a new openness, a vulnerability shared. We have feared the shadow within. We have hidden it, endured it in silence, allowed it to isolate us, to define our strength solely through the lens of this ancient affliction. We allowed fear to rule us, to divide us. No more. His voice grew stronger, resonating with power and hope that echoed off the ancient stones. Luna Evie, an outsider bound to us by treaty, by necessity, has shown us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. She has shown us that connection, empathy, and yes, love, are weapons against darkness far stronger than secrecy, stoicism, or brute force alone. She risked everything, facing down ancient magic and lethal betrayal, not just for her alpha, but for the future of this entire pack. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the stunned silence of the hall. The curse is weakened, its anchor fractured thanks to her sacrifice, her strength, her bond with this pack's alpha line. He met Evie's gaze, his eyes filled with open adoration and respect. But the source remains. We now know our true enemy, not the beast within me, but the descendants of the Night Weavers who seek to perpetuate this torment for their own dark purposes, who prey on ambition and division like Lorns. We will hunt them down. We will shatter the keystone completely. We will reclaim our destiny, not as slaves to a curse passed down through blood, but as masters of our strength, guided by loyalty, unity, and the unexpected light this Luna has brought into our long shadows. His words resonated through the cavernous hall like thunder, followed by a moment of stunned silence, then an eruption of sound, not just fearful murmurs, but roars of approval, shouts of loyalty, fists pounding chests in salute. The palpable suspicion and resentment that had clung to Evie like frost began to melt away under the undeniable heat of Marcus's conviction and the irrefutable evidence of her bravery and its impact. Respect, mingled with awe and gratitude, began to replace the hostile whispers and critical glances. They saw not an outsider Luna, a weak political pawn from the south, but a true partner to their alpha, whose courage and connection had given him, and by extension, the entire pack, a tangible, fighting chance for freedom for the first time in centuries. Kale, standing grimly behind Marcus, his posture radiating fierce loyalty, nodded once in stern approval, his earlier suspicions towards Evie completely replaced by fierce, protective respect. Even Theron, standing amidst the other warriors, looked stunned, his usual sneer replaced by grudging admiration, then slowly, reluctantly, lowered his gaze in a silent acknowledgement of her strength and Marcus's powerful words. The pack, fractured by betrayal and fear, for the first time in a long time, felt truly united under its Alpha and Luna, ready to face the threats ahead together. The following weeks were a whirlwind of intense preparation, simmering tension, and cautious optimism. Scouts, guided by Kale and fragmented information, gleaned from the rigorous interrogation of Lorne and his captured followers who, facing the stark reality of pack justice and Marcus's newly clear-headed authority, revealed fractured details under Kale's relentless pressure about Lorne's coded communications and rendezvous points, cautiously tracked the faint, fading magical trails leading away from the Shadowfell. Seeking the hidden stronghold of the remaining Nightweaver descendants, Lorne himself, stripped of his rank and imprisoned deep within the keep's most secure, ward-reinforced cells beneath the fortress, remained stubbornly, hatefully silent about the sorcerer's specific location or future plans, clinging to his bitter resentment and thwarted ambition, spitting curses whenever Marcus or Kale tried to question him further. Alara, meanwhile, delved deeper than ever before into complex counter-magic and obscure curse-breaking lore, aided now by Evie's sharp mind and meticulous research skills. They spent hours together in the library and Alara's chambers, cross-referencing ancient texts and consulting faded scrolls, searching for ways to permanently destroy the damaged keystone, which was now kept under heavy guard in a specially warded chamber deep within the keep. Its faint, malevolent pulse, a constant reminder of the lingering danger. More complexly, Alara sought methods to potentially sever Marcus's intrinsic blood connection to it entirely, insulating him from its influence forever, even if it couldn't be fully destroyed, drawing on obscure theories of blood resonance and magical harmonics. It was during this period of intense, almost frantic research, while cross-referencing ancient texts on blood magic neutralization and lineage anchors. That Kyle, pursuing a tangential lead from one of the younger, more frightened captured traitors about Lorne's secret communications within the keep over the past year, discovered unsettling, carefully coded messages hinting at a clandestine exchange of knowledge between Lorne and, disturbingly, Ilara, dating back several years. The messages referenced alternative methods, bloodline resonance redirection, and sympathetic anchors concerning lineage curses. The implications were chilling. Kyle, his loyalty demanding absolute transparency, especially now with the fate of the pack hanging in the balance, brought his disturbing findings directly, albeit reluctantly, to Marcus and Evie. The confrontation with Ilara, held privately in Marcus's study, the heavy oak door sealed, was fraught with tension. Marcus's face was thunderous, Evie's filled with shocked disbelief. The elderly healer didn't deny the contact when presented with the coded transcripts Kale had painstakingly deciphered, with quiet dignity and deep, profound sadness etched onto her wrinkled face. Tears tracing paths through the lines, she confessed. Decades ago, as a younger, more ambitious, and perhaps more desperate healer, deeply distressed by the suffering of the previous alpha, Ragnar Volkov, whose transformations had become increasingly violent and destructive towards the end of his life. Nearly killing Kale on one occasion, she had briefly, secretly corresponded with a shadowy, renegade faction rumored to possess fragmented Nightweaver knowledge, seekers of forbidden lore operating on the fringes of werewolf society. She had sought less conventional, potentially more dangerous methods to control or mitigate the curse, believing the traditional warding and containment methods were failing Ragnar, merely managing the symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. She had shared basic information about the Volkov bloodline's resonance in hopes of finding a sympathetic counterfrequency. She had quickly realized the inherent darkness and corrupting nature of their methods, the dangerous price they demanded for deeper knowledge blood sacrifices, pacts with dark entities, and severed all contact abruptly, horrified by what she had almost entertained. She buried her transgression deep in shame and regret, dedicating her life, since then, solely to traditional healing and protective warding, trying to atone for her brief, misguided exploration into forbidden paths by serving Marcus loyally and strengthening the keep's defenses. Lorne, somehow learning of this past, brief contact, perhaps through intercepted whispers passed down among disgruntled pack members, or perhaps finding old, hidden records in the Gamma archives, had tried to subtly use it years later to gain Ilara's confidence, hinting at shared secrets about alternative methods, likely intending to subtly influence her, gain access to her knowledge, or potentially blackmail her into aiding his own ambitions or turning a blind eye to his activities. Ilara admitted Lorne had approached her, but swore she had rebuffed him firmly, warning him away from dark paths, though she hadn't reported his probing questions to Marcus, fearing the revelation of her own past mistake. I sought knowledge in shadowed places out of desperation. Alpha, Luna, Ilara admitted, her voice trembling slightly but her gaze steady, meeting theirs without flinching. For Ragnar's sake, I flirted with darkness. I was wrong, foolish and arrogant. I saw the seductive nature of their power, the quick fixes they promised, and I turned away before it consumed me. I swear this on my life, on my loyalty to Shadowclaw. She bowed her head. I have dedicated my life since then to protecting this pack, to mitigating the harm I saw brewing in Lorne, to strengthening our defenses in the ways I knew were safe and right. My failure was in not revealing Lorne's probing sooner, for fear of exposing my own past shame. For that, I am deeply sorry. My limited knowledge of their ways, gleaned from that brief, regrettable contact, however distasteful its acquisition, may now be our only hope in understanding their methods and finding their weaknesses. Marcus, after a long, heavy silence, studying the healer's genuinely anguished face, the sincerity in her tear-filled eyes, finally nodded slowly, accepting her confession. Her explanation, while disturbing, rang with the painful truth of past mistakes, acknowledged and atoned for through decades of subsequent loyal service. Her recent unwavering aid in the Shadowfell, her genuine remorse, her courage in facing them now. They spoke louder than a past transgression born of desperation to save his father. Your knowledge, however limited, will be crucial now, Ilara, he said, his voice firm but fair, offering measured forgiveness laced with warning. But tread carefully. No more secrets between us, ever. The pack's survival depends on absolute trust. Ilara bowed her head low in humble acceptance and profound relief, the revelation adding another layer of complexity and pressure to their already fraught situation, but also potentially providing a vital key to understanding their enemy. Evie worked tirelessly alongside both Marcus and Ilara, her own extensive knowledge of the curse lore proving invaluable in deciphering cryptic texts, interpreting symbolic language related to blood magic, and understanding the potential psychological vulnerabilities of the Nightweaver mindset hinted at in historical accounts. Their arrogance, their reliance on fear, their obsession with lineage and revenge. She also fully embraced her practical Luna duties, surprising many with her quiet competence and empathy, proving she was far more than just a scholar or a treaty bride. She mediated minor pact disputes with fairness and insight, her calm demeanor often diffusing tense situations, earning respect for her impartial judgment based on Silverstream principles adapted to Shadowclaw law. She efficiently organized resource distribution for the coming harsh winter, working with the Omega overseers to ensure fairness and sufficiency, implementing tracking systems learned back home. She oversaw the care and education of the young pups in the creche, telling them stories from Silverstream lore alongside Shadowclaw legends, and checked on the well-being of the elderly pack members, listening to their stories and concerns. Her genuine warmth and gentle strength earning her the pack's widespread affection and solidifying her position not just as a political figurehead, but as a true matriarch, a heart for the pack's often harsh existence. Even Theron began offering curt, respectful nods instead of sneers, grudgingly acknowledging her undeniable contribution and the positive change in their alpha's demeanor and leadership. The bond between Evie and Marcus deepened into an undeniable, palpable love, a quiet certainty that settled deep in their bones, warming them against the northern chill and the looming threat. The forced, political circumstances of their union faded completely into the background, irrelevant now, replaced by shared purpose, fierce mutual respect, growing intimacy, and a powerful, grounding connection that felt ancient and preordained. They spent precious stolen hours talking late into the night, sharing fears and hopes in the quiet solitude of the library, surrounded by ancient knowledge, or walking the moonlit battlements, the wind whipping around them. Marcus, slowly, tentatively, shedding the armor he had worn for so long, began to open up, speaking of his lonely childhood, overshadowed by the ever-present threat of the curse, his strained, fearful relationship with his tormented father, who had eventually succumbed to the beast's influence, leaving Marcus to assume the crushing burden of leadership far too young, barely into adulthood. He spoke of his mother, who had died of grief and despair not long after Ragnar's final, Horrifying transformation. Evie shared stories of Silverstream, her love for its gentler ways and vibrant community, her own deep-seated fears of inadequacy in her new role, her quiet dreams of a peaceful future, free from constant conflict, a future where children didn't grow up fearing the full moon. Marcus began teaching her phrases in the old tongue, the language of their shared heritage, explaining the nuances of pack hierarchy, ancient rituals, and the deep significance of Shadowclaw history, revealing the pride beneath the burden. He described the mate bond not just as a mystical connection, but as a sacred trust, a profound sharing of souls recognized and revered in ancient Shadowclaw tradition. Though rarely experienced so potently, especially under such initially forced circumstances, "It is said," he murmured one night, his voice low, tracing the healed scar on her palm with a gentle finger, "that a true bond can reforge a broken soul." Quiet moments became charged with unspoken emotion, hands brushing as they reached for the same scroll in the library, lingering gazes across a crackling fire in his study, where they now often worked together, a shared, spontaneous smile over a particularly difficult passage in a text or a moment of absurdity. Amidst the overwhelming tension, he began to touch her more freely, a hand resting lightly on the small of her back as they walked, fingers brushing hers as he passed her a cup of tea. Small gestures that spoke volumes more than words. Marcus, slowly, cautiously shedding the crushing weight of the curse's constant pressure and the isolating shame it engendered, began to truly live, not just endure. He smiled more freely, the harsh lines on his face softening, revealing the younger man beneath the weary alpha, his rare, deep laughter occasionally echoed in the stone halls during council meetings, when Kale made a particularly dry remark, startling the guards who had only ever known their alpha as grim and forbidding. He drew immense, tangible strength from Evie's unwavering belief in him, her quiet courage, her steady presence, her freely given love acting as a potent, healing balm on his centuries-old psychic wounds. His powerful protective instincts, once solely focused internally on containing the beast within and externally on shielding others from its potential collateral damage, now centered fiercely, wholly, unequivocally on Evie. A protective shield forged not of duty or necessity, but of deep, abiding love and unwavering devotion. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he would face any darkness, any enemy, to keep her safe, to build a future with her, a future free from the shadows of the past. The thought no longer terrified him, it fueled him. Finally, after weeks of perilous searching through treacherous mountain passes and magically obscured valleys, following the faint, fading trails and utilizing Alara's increasingly accurate scrying, aided by Lorne's forced, fragmented intel, the scouts returned, weary and frostbitten but ultimately successful. They bore grim news, confirming their worst fears. They had located the sorcerer's hidden sanctuary, a network of concealed caves hidden behind a powerful illusionary waterfall, cascading down a sheer cliff face in the treacherous, ice-slicked peaks of the formidable Dragon's Tooth Mountains, bordering the northernmost, most inhospitable edge of Shadowclaw territory, a place of ill omen, historically avoided. The location itself reportedly radiated a palpable dark magic, far stronger and more concentrated than the Shadowfell, a chilling aura that could be felt miles away, twisting the weather patterns and making the very rock seem to hum with malevolent energy. It was heavily warded by complex, layered spells, illusions, elemental barriers, draining fields, and undoubtedly prepared for an assault. The Nightweaver descendants, likely alerted by the severing of the Keystone's full power and Lorne's capture. The final confrontation, the reckoning generations in the making, was imminent. As the next full moon began its inexorable, ominous climb into the night sky, now just 3 days away, a different kind of tension filled the keep, not the familiar, suffocating dread of Marcus's impending transformation, but the sharp, electric anticipation of a coming battle, a final, decisive reckoning against the ancient enemy who had plagued their line for centuries. Marcus felt the familiar lunar pull, the ancient, ingrained rhythm of the curse trying to assert its generational dominance within his blood, a faint thrumming beneath his skin. But it was significantly muted this time, distant, like a faint echo in a deep cavern rather than an overwhelming, consuming roar demanding release. He tested his control, focusing inward, finding a clarity, a solidity he'd never known before this close to the peak. He knew the potential for the beast wasn't gone entirely. It was part of his lineage. His blood, perhaps irrevocably, but it felt dormant, suppressed, held firmly in check by the damaged keystone anchor, the profound strengthening power he drew from Evie, and the fully realized mate bond, and his own newly bolstered, liberated will. This time, he wouldn't be locked away helplessly in the depths, a prisoner awaiting torture. This time, he would fight back against the source, stand beside his pack, his Luna. They planned the assault meticulously in the keep's war room, maps spread under the harsh glare of oil lamps, the air thick with strategic debate and grim determination. It would be a risky, two-pronged strategy designed to divide the sorcerers' focus and resources. A larger, noisier diversionary force, composed of their strongest, most battle-hardened warriors and led by the formidable, tactically brilliant Kale, would assault the main, obvious entrance near the powerful illusionary waterfall. They would employ brute force and overt displays of power, deliberately drawing out the primary guardians and magical defenses, creating chaos and buying time for the infiltration team. Meanwhile, Marcus, Evie, whose connection to the Keystone and growing understanding of the Nightweavers might be crucial, Ilara, whose knowledge of their magic, however limited and regretted, was now deemed essential, and a small, elite team of their fastest, quietest warriors, chosen for stealth and resilience against magic, would attempt to infiltrate the cave network through a hidden, secondary passage Ilara believed she had divined through complex scrying rituals and her fragmented knowledge of Nightweaver architectural and warding techniques. Often they created secret escape routes or backdoors. It was a desperate gamble, relying on speed, stealth, and Ilara's uncertain divination against powerful, ancient magic on its home ground. But just as the teams were making their final preparations, donning hardened leather armor, specially treated by Ilara, with protective runes against dark magic, checking the razor edges of their silvered weapons, receiving final, solemn blessings from the pack elders invoking the spirits of their ancestors. Urgent, devastating news arrived from a northern border outpost patrol. It was delivered by a panting, exhausted messenger, his human form barely holding together after pushing his wolf to its absolute limit. The poor creature having collapsed and died just miles from the keep after its desperate run. The timing couldn't have been worse. A calculated, crippling blow designed to shatter their focus and divide their forces at the most critical moment. Alpha Volkov of the neighboring Stonefang pack, a notoriously opportunistic and aggressive leader whose pack inhabited the rockier, less fertile lands to the north, had unexpectedly massed his warriors in force near their shared border. Volkov bore a long-standing grudge against the Shadowclaws, stemming from territorial disputes lost by his father to Marcus's father. Ragnar, decades ago, particularly over access to the timber-rich northern forests, vital for survival through the harsh winters. Messages intercepted earlier from Lorne's captured allies, now fully deciphered under intense pressure, and Alara's truth compelling herbs, confirmed the horrifying truth. Lorne, in his desperate bid for power and allies, had secretly contacted Stonefang months prior, promising Volkov significant territorial concessions, including the disputed forests, in exchange for future aid against Marcus, or at the very least, for attacking Shadowclaw while they were perceived as weak and internally divided by Lorne's rebellion and the Alpha's curse. Volkov, likely hearing exaggerated rumors of Marcus's instability following the Shadowfell incident, and sensing opportunity in Lorne's failed uprising, perhaps even being fed information by remaining hidden sympathizers of Lorne, saw his chance to strike while Shadowclaw was potentially vulnerable, distracted by internal matters. The hunt for the sorcerers, and the looming full moon, an attack, was imminent, likely timed to coincide precisely with the full moon itself, hoping to catch Shadowclaw leaderless if Marcus was incapacitated by the curse, weakened if the curse was still a factor, or critically distracted by the assault on the sorcerer's lair. This was the new, brutal twist, the unexpected, crippling blow delivered by mundane greed and ambition, plunging them abruptly into their lowest point, threatening to shatter their fragile hope just as victory seemed within reach. They were facing powerful enemies on two fronts simultaneously: the ancient, insidious magical threat of the Night Weavers in the Dragon's Tooth Mountains, capable of restoring the curse to its full, devastating power, and the immediate, overwhelming physical threat of invasion from a large, aggressive rival pack bent on conquest and reclaiming lost territory, resources, already stretched thin by the constant need for vigilance against the coordinated feral attacks which hadn't entirely ceased, and the preparations for the mountain assault were suddenly critically divided. Warriors needed for the vital mission against the sorcerers were now desperately needed to defend their borders, their homes, their families. Doubt, momentarily banished by the victory in the Shadowfell and Marcus's inspiring speech, began to creep back into the eyes of some pack members. Could they truly fight on two fronts? Could the Alpha lead effectively while still potentially vulnerable, even if weakened, to the lunar pull? Marcus was faced with an agonizing, impossible choice, the kind of choice that defined leadership and broke lesser wolves. Lead the crucial, time-sensitive mission to the Dragon's Tooth Mountains to destroy the curse's source permanently, potentially leaving his territory and his people vulnerable to Volkov's invasion and conquest, or stay to lead the defense of the borders, rallying his warriors against the Stonefangs, protecting their homes, but allowing the sorcerer's precious, uninterrupted time during the full moon's peak power to potentially repair the keystone or weave new bindings directly into his bloodline, undoing everything Evie had risked her life for, condemning him and future generations back to the curse's torment. Trust in the pack's unity was high after his speech, but Alara's confessed past connection to Nightweaver knowledge, however tangential and regretted, still cast a faint, lingering shadow of unease for some traditionalists, already wary of relying on complex magic they didn't fully understand. The pressure on Marcus was immense, crushing, the weight of generations settling upon him. Marcus stood grimly before the Emergency War Council convened hastily in the torchlit war room. Kale, Alara, the elders, his senior warriors, the map spread out on the heavy oak table, starkly showing the sorcerer's distant hideout in the treacherous peaks to the east, and Volkov's formidable forces massing menacingly at the northern border. Two fronts, two potentially devastating threats, Evie stood silently beside him, her hand resting lightly, supportively on his arm, her presence a quiet anchor in the swirling storm of impossible choices, her belief in him unwavering. Kale, Alara, and the grim-faced senior warriors watched him intently, awaiting his command, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation, the impossible odds, the weight of leadership, the lingering shadow of the curse, however faint. The impending battles on two fronts settled heavily on his broad shoulders. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, feeling the immense responsibility, the lives depending on his decision. He felt Evie's steady presence beside him, the warmth of her hand, the silent strength flowing from her through the bond. He looked down at her, saw the unwavering belief, the fierce loyalty, the absolute trust shining in her eyes, reflecting his own resolve back at him. He looked at Kale, saw the steadfast, unquestioning loyalty of his shield, ready to follow any command, to hold any line. He looked at Alara, saw the determined resolve in her aged face, her desperation to right past wrongs and protect the pack she served with every fiber of her being. He made his choice, the only one that offered a true, lasting future, however fraught with immediate, terrifying risk. A defensive victory against Stonefang meant nothing if the curse returned stronger than ever. Volkov smells weakness where there is none, Marcus said, his voice calm but hard as forged iron, resonating with absolute authority that cut through the tense silence. He mistakes our focus on healing an old wound for vulnerability. He seeks to exploit our perceived division, a division sown by betrayal but healed by unity and truth. His gaze swept the council. He will find only Shadowclaw steel, united and unbroken. He turned decisively to Kale. Kale, you are my shield, my brother in arms since boyhood. You know our defenses better than anyone. Take the bulk of our warriors, every wolf fit to fight. Meet Volkov at the border. Use the terrain. Use our knowledge. Use the fury of a pack defending its home. Hold the line. Show him the true strength of this pack when united. Let him break his teeth on our resolve. Defend our home. Defend our people. Kale nodded sharply, his eyes blazing with fierce pride and grim determination. No hesitation, no question. Loyalty absolute. It will be done. Alpha. Stonefang will regret waking the Shadowclaw. We will hold. Marcus then turned to the small group designated for the perilous cave mission, Evie, Alara, and the 6 elite warriors chosen for their stealth and resilience. Standing ready, the sorcerers are the root of this poison. Their hatred has festered for centuries. The curse must be severed tonight, permanently. While the keystone is weak, while I remain clear-headed and in control under this moon, we proceed with the infiltration as planned. Speed and silence are paramount. We find them. We end this ancient darkness, forever, for all of us. He looked directly at Evie, his protective instincts warring fiercely with the strategic necessity, intending to firmly order her to stay behind, to remain safe within the keep. The risk of taking her into the heart of the Night Weaver's power simply too great. But Evie met his gaze fiercely, anticipating his command. Her chin held high, her resolve absolute. Before he could utter the protective words, I am going with you. Marcus, she stated, her voice quiet but unshakable, leaving no room for argument. My blood, my intent, helped fracture the keystone. Perhaps it is needed to help end it completely. The bond strengthens us both, shields us both. We face this together, always. That was our vow. Unspoken, perhaps, but sealed in the Shadowfell. Marcus saw the unshakable resolve mirroring his own in her eyes, felt the undeniable strength of her conviction pulsing through the bond connecting them, reinforcing his own will, calming the last vestiges of doubt. Arguing would waste precious time they didn't have. He gave it a single, curt nod, acknowledging her strength, her partnership, her love, the shared destiny they now embraced. Together, he confirmed, the words sealing their shared, perilous fate. The decision was made. They were split, facing overwhelming dangers on two desperate fronts, gambling everything on courage, loyalty, skill, and the fragile, powerful hope that love and unity could indeed conquer ancient curses, opportunistic enemies, and the encroaching darkness. The low point was stark, the risks astronomical, the odds stacked terrifyingly against them. But the path forward, however narrow and treacherous, was chosen. Failure was not an option. They would either secure their future tonight or be consumed by the shadows of the past. The night of the full moon arrived, cold, clear, and utterly unforgiving. The massive silver orb hung suspended in the black, star-studded sky like a judge's eye, bathing the jagged, ice-encrusted peaks of the Dragon's Tooth Mountains in a harsh, revealing light that offered no concealment. The air here, high above the world, crackled with palpable, raw magic, thicker, wilder, and far more menacing than the stagnant gloom of the Shadowfell. It tasted metallic on the tongue, vibrated against the skin. Far below, near the thundering cascade of the illusionary waterfall that concealed the main cave entrance, the violent sounds of battle erupted, guttural roars of shifting wolves, the harsh clash of silvered steel against magically hardened claws or icy armor, explosions of elemental force lighting up the night, the ground trembling faintly even this high up. Kale's diversionary force had engaged fiercely with the sorcerer's formidable outer guardians, summoned spectral beasts formed of shadow and ice that moved with unnatural speed, hulking earth elementals animated by dark packs that rose from the very rock, and shimmering, aggressive air elementals that shrieked like banshees. Kale's attack was loud, ferocious, a brutal symphony of destruction, designed to draw maximum attention and convince the sorcerers their main threat was at the front door. The crucial diversion had begun, under the cover of the distant, chaotic fight and Alara's sophisticated concealing spells, which cleverly wove moonlight and deep shadow around their small group like shimmering, shifting cloaks that blurred their outlines and muffled their sounds. Marcus's infiltration team slipped behind the roaring, illusory cascade of water, the hidden entrance. Exactly where Alara's scrying had indicated was a narrow, vertical fissure in the rock face, barely wide enough for Marcus's broad shoulders, slick with freezing moisture and radiating an unnatural, bone-chilling cold that seeped through their furs. It led immediately into the damp, echoing darkness of the cave network. The thundering sound of the waterfall quickly muffled behind them, replaced by an unnerving silence broken only by the drip of water and the frantic beating of Evie's own heart. The tunnels twisted and turned sharply, deliberately confusing, forming a natural labyrinth enhanced over centuries with ancient magical traps and disorienting illusions designed to deter or entrap intruders. Strange, phosphorescent fungi clung in pale, pulsating clusters to the wet rock walls, casting eerie, shifting blue-green glows that distorted shadows into monstrous shapes and played tricks on the eyes, making the path ahead seem to waver and shift. Alara moved cautiously at the front alongside Marcus, her senses alert, her gnarled wooden staff occasionally tapping the stone floor, searching for hollow sounds or magical triggers, her lips moving constantly, murmuring quiet, complex incantations in the old tongue to detect and neutralize the hidden wards before they could trigger alarms or deadly effects. She expertly guided them past concealed pressure plates that would have triggered showers of poisoned darts from hidden wall crevices, dispelled shimmering heat haze illusions that created false walls hiding treacherous drops into unseen abysses or mirrored passages leading nowhere, and identified almost invisible glyphs carved into the rock designed to induce crippling fear, hopeless despair, or maddening confusion, remnants of Nightweaver's psychological warfare. Her knowledge, gleaned from her regrettable past contact and intensified by recent frantic study, was proving invaluable, saving them precious time and preventing certain disaster. Marcus moved with silent, predatory grace just behind her, his enhanced werewolf senses hyper-alert in the suffocating darkness. The nearness of the full moon and the concentrated magic of the place sharpening his instincts to a razor edge, every nerve ending tingling. Yet, miraculously, the beast within remained leashed, a restless stirring deep inside, but held firmly back by the fractured anchor, the constant, grounding presence of Evie walking steadily beside him, and his own hard-won, liberated will. He could feel the dark magic probing, seeking the familiar crack in his soul, but found it, different somehow, buffered. Evie stayed close, her hand often finding his for brief, reassuring squeezes in the darkness. Their connection a silent, powerful current of shared strength, love, and unwavering resolve flowing between them. A tangible shield against the oppressive atmosphere and the insidious whispers that echoed in the tunnels, trying to sow doubt and fear. The 6 elite warriors moved like wraiths behind them, utterly silent, weapons ready, covering their passage, their loyalty absolute, their senses scanning every shadow, after navigating the treacherous, claustrophobic maze for what felt like an eternity, moving deeper and deeper into the mountain's cold heart, the air growing heavier, colder, vibrating with power. They sensed a distinct shift, a palpable concentration of raw, arcane energy ahead, a feeling like static electricity, raising the hairs on their arms and making their teeth hum. They found the central chamber, a large, natural cavern, its high, vaulted ceiling lost in oppressive shadows far above, eerily illuminated by large, pulsating clusters of the phosphorescent fungi clinging to the walls and ceiling. More intensely, the chamber was lit by the raw, arcane energy emanating from complex, glowing symbols carved deeply into the cavern walls and across the entire floor, intricate patterns of lines, curves, and runes that pulsed with sickly green-black light, all converging on a central point like spokes on a wheel. In the center of this convergence, upon a crudely fashioned altar of black, jagged volcanic rock that seemed to drink the light, rested various arcane tools, obsidian knives gleaming wickedly, strangely shaped crystals pulsing with trapped energy, bowls of powdered minerals glittering darkly, bundles of dried, noxious-smelling herbs tied with human hair, and ominously, 3 large, uncut obsidian shards, identical to the material of the keystone, pulsing faintly with contained energy. These were clearly components intended to repair the damaged keystone brought back from the Shadowfell, which Kale's team was meant to retrieve if their assault succeeded, or perhaps to forge a new, stronger binding directly into Marcus's bloodline. Bypassing the fractured anchor entirely, 3 figures stood hunched around the altar, chanting in low, sibilant tones, their voices weaving a complex, discordant harmony that grated on the nerves and seemed to twist the air. They were older, impossibly ancient-looking, wizened and stooped, cloaked in dark, tattered robes that seemed woven from shadow itself, ragged edges dissolving into the gloom. They radiated an aura of profound, chilling malice and ancient, corrupt power that felt like a physical weight pressing down on Evie's chest. Their faces, deeply lined and shadowed beneath their hoods, were like dried leather stretched taut over bone. But their eyes glowed with a faint, malevolent green light, the last descendants, the keepers of the flame of hatred, of the night weavers, nursing centuries of bitterness and plotting their return to power. They turned as Marcus and his team emerged silently from the tunnel mouth into the cavern, their chanting faltering for a split second in genuine surprise, clearly not expecting an infiltration from this direction. Their surprise quickly turned to cold, reptilian hatred as they recognized the Alpha. The Alpha Volkov, the apparent leader, hissed, his voice like dry leaves skittering over cold stone, brittle with age and venom, his ancient, hate-filled eyes fixed on Marcus with predatory intensity, then flickered dismissively, contemptuously, towards Evie and the interfering Luna, the little silver-stream pup who dared to meddle with powers beyond her comprehension. You damaged the legacy, chipped the anchor my ancestors so carefully forged and bound to his blood through Vorlag's own treachery against us. A foolish, temporary setback, easily repaired tonight, under the moon's blessing. His destiny is his own to choose now, Evie retorted, stepping forward resolutely to stand beside Marcus, her fear a cold, tight knot in her stomach but overshadowed by a fierce, righteous determination. Her voice surprisingly steady in the echoing cavern. Your hold, your family's ancient grudge, ends tonight. The cycle of vengeance is broken. The lead sorcerer laughed, a dry, rasping, humorless sound that echoed horribly in the vast cavern, devoid of any mirth, only cold malice. Foolish girl, sentimental pup blinded by fleeting emotion, by the weakness you call love. You think your fledgling bond, your pathetic mortal connection, can truly unravel centuries of potent blood magic woven into the very fabric of his cursed lineage, amplified by the suffering of every alpha before him. We nurtured this curse, watched it cripple generations of arrogant Volkov alphas, turning their vaunted strength against them, reminding them always of our power. Tonight, we will reinforce the binding, weave it tighter than ever with the moon's peak power, amplified by this sacred place, using the fragments of the old anchor and these focusing shards, and when the beast takes him, fully and finally this time, uncontrollable and permanent, he will tear you limb from limb himself, a fittingly ironic end to your meddlesome interference. As he spoke the final words, raising his gnarled hands, the raw lunar energy pulsing down from the full moon, focused and intensely amplified by the cavern's inherent magic and the glowing symbols carved into the rock, intensified dramatically, converging on Marcus like a physical blow of immense force. Marcus staggered back, clutching his head, a low, guttural growl escaping his lips against his will as intense, blinding pain lanced through him. The weakened curse, directly stimulated by the concentrated dark magic and the raw power of the full moon reaching its absolute zenith overhead, surged violently, unexpectedly, fighting against the buffer Evie's presence provided. His eyes flickered dangerously, flashing between their normal stormy whiskey color and the horrifying feral red he fought so desperately to suppress. The internal battle escalated exponentially, far worse than anything he'd felt in the Shadowfell, threatening to overwhelm him completely. "Marcus!" Evie cried out, instinctively reaching for him, sharp fear spiking through her veins like ice water as she saw the struggle contorting his features. "Stay back, Evie! The wards! Don't enter the circle!" he gritted out, his body trembling violently with the immense strain. fighting the transformation with every ounce of his formidable will, his knuckles white, where his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Sweat poured down his face. The three sorcerers seized the opportunity, their eyes gleaming with triumphant malice. They raised their gnarled, claw-like hands in unison towards the altar and the struggling alpha, their chanting rising to a fever pitch, becoming a high-pitched, hypnotic drone that vibrated in the very air, making thought difficult. Viscous green-black energy coalesced rapidly around them, drawing power from the symbols on the floor, forming crackling tendrils that snaked through the air like malevolent serpents, channeling directly towards the struggling Marcus, seeking to overwhelm his control, shatter his will, and force the final, irreversible change, enslaving him to the beast forever. Alara instantly countered, reacting with astonishing speed for her age, slamming the butt of her staff hard onto a major convergence point in the glowing floor symbols, just outside the central altar circle. She threw up shimmering protective wards of silvery blue light around Marcus, a dome of pure energy, her own potent, protective magic, rooted in the earth and ancient healing traditions, clashed violently against the sorcerer's focused assault in a visible, desperate struggle of light against shadow, the air crackling where the energies met, buying precious, agonizing seconds for her alpha, her face strained with the effort, sweat beading on her brow. Simultaneously, the 6 elite Shadowclaw warriors instantly engaged the sorcerer's few remaining apprentices, gaunt, wild-eyed, fanatical figures who emerged silently from shadowed alcoves, their eyes burning with dark devotion, wielding wicked-looking ritual knives dripping with some dark substance. The cavern erupted in fierce, desperate, close-quarters combat. The brutal sounds of struggle, grunts, snarls, the clash of steel on steel, the sickening thud of blows landing, echoing jarringly in the magically charged chamber. Evie knew time was running out. Marcus was struggling visibly now, his breath coming in harsh gasps, the veins standing out starkly on his neck and temples, his powerful form beginning to subtly distort, ripple, shoulders broadening unnaturally, claws beginning to elongate from his fingertips even as he fought it. The growls were becoming deeper, more animalistic, less controlled. Alara's shield flickered, straining under the combined assault of 3 ancient sorcerers, channeling the moon's peak power. The battle within Marcus was reaching a critical, breaking point. He wouldn't last much longer against this direct assault aimed at the very heart of the curse. She looked frantically around at the struggling Alara, pouring her life force into the straining wards, her face paling with the effort, at the desperate fight raging between the warriors and apprentices, silver flashing in the dim light at the altar. The tools, the raw magic being manipulated by the 3 chanting, focused sorcerers, their faces masks of concentration and hate. She remembered Alara's words back in the keep. Intent is everything. She remembered Elder Maeve's cryptic wisdom. Darkness feeds on isolation. Light seeks connection. She remembered her own discovery in the Shadowfell, the power generated by her sacrifice fueled by love. Love was the counter. Connection was the shield. The bond, the love, had weakened the anchor. Could it shield the soul itself? Ignoring the dangerous backlash of raw, uncontrolled magic sparking violently around the chamber like angry lightning, ignoring the warriors shouting warnings at her, she ran towards Marcus, dodging a stray bolt of crackling dark energy that sizzled explosively against the rock wall right beside her head, showering her with stinging fragments. She burst through Alara's weakening shield just as Marcus's control threatened to shatter completely, his head thrown back in a silent scream of agony. the red light almost completely consuming his eyes. Instead of recoiling in terror from the incipient beast, from the monster she had witnessed before, she did the unthinkable, the utterly illogical, acting on pure instinct, pure love. She threw her arms around his trembling, superheated body, pressing her face hard against the rough fabric of his tunic over his rapidly beating heart, ignoring the intense heat radiating from him, the faint scent of ozone, and something wilder starting to emerge. She focused every particle of her being, every fiber of her soul, on the powerful mate bond connecting them, visualizing it as an unbreakable chain of golden light, pouring all her strength, all her belief in him, all her shared hopes and dreams for their future into that vital connection, projecting it with all her might. Marcus, listen to me. Hear my voice. Feel me, she pleaded, her voice miraculously clear and strong despite the chaos, somehow cutting through the deafening cacophony of the raging battle and the sorcerer's hypnotic chanting. I love you, not the alpha, not the legend, not the curse you. The man who reads history by the fire, who worries about the youngest pack members, who argues with Kale about patrol routes, who stands against the darkness even when it threatens to consume him. You are stronger than this curse. We are stronger together. Don't let them win. Don't let them take you from me, from the pack that needs you. Fight, Marcus. Fight with me. Now, remember our connection. Remember us. Her words, infused with the raw, undeniable power of the fully realized mate bond, amplified by the absolute purity and fierce desperation of her love, pierced through the swirling, agonizing haze of the curse like a lance of pure, incandescent light. Marcus felt it, not just heard the words, but felt them resonate deep within his soul, flooding the darkness, like a physical anchor slamming down hard in the midst of the raging internal storm, her scent filling his senses. Wildflowers, parchment, her unique essence, her touch grounding him, holding him together when he felt like shattering. The unwavering conviction vibrating in her voice, the sheer, overwhelming force of her love flooding his consciousness, pushing back the encroaching beast with astonishing, unexpected force, strengthening the buffer, reinforcing his own fractured will. He clung desperately to her voice, to the warmth of her embrace, drawing tangible strength from it, from her, a lifeline in the maelstrom. The horrifying red light in his eyes flickered violently, receded, battling against the clarity her love offered, and then vanished completely, replaced by the fierce, burning clarity of his own indomitable will, amplified and solidified by their unbreakable connection. He straightened abruptly, throwing his head back, his powerful form stabilizing, the unnatural distortions fading. He roared, but it was not the mindless, tormented roar of the beast lost in agony. It was the defiant, thunderous, world-shaking roar of the true alpha, filled with righteous fury, protecting his Luna, reclaiming his power, his soul. He unleashed his own immense, innate werewolf strength, not the chaotic, destructive energy of the curse, but the controlled, focused, overwhelming power of his liberated heritage, slamming it outwards like a physical shockwave of pure force into the sorcerer's unprepared defenses, shattering their concentration and the carefully woven patterns of their spell. Simultaneously, Alara, sensing the critical shift, the sudden surge of controlled alpha power, seized the momentary distraction. With a final, powerful incantation drawn from the deepest, most forbidden lore she knew, a risky unbinding ritual she had sworn never to use, she slammed her staff with all her remaining strength onto the altar itself. The wood connected with the volcanic rock with a crack like thunder. The carefully prepared obsidian shards and arcane components meant for reinforcing the curse overloaded, exploding outwards in a shower of useless dust and fragments. The feedback loop of concentrated dark magic violently broke, snapping back along the lines of power towards its casters. The three sorcerers cried out in unison, sharp screams of pain and shocked disbelief as their focused power backfired catastrophically, engulfing them in chaotic, writhing green-black sparks that consumed their tattered robes and withered flesh, throwing them backwards from the altar. Seeing their magic failing spectacularly, the Alpha inexplicably resisting the final transformation and turning his controlled fury upon them. The lead sorcerer, screeching in incoherent rage and desperation, fueled by centuries of hatred, made a desperate, final, spiteful move. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring his smoldering robes, and lunged, not at Marcus, but directly towards Evie, who was still clinging to the Alpha, momentarily vulnerable. A wickedly curved, dark gleaming cursed blade, dripping a viscous black poison, appeared suddenly in his hand as if coalescing from shadow, aimed directly at her heart. But Marcus was faster, a blur of pure protective fury, already moving before the threat fully registered consciously. He moved with blinding, inhuman speed, twisting his body instinctively to intercept the treacherous attack. He shoved Evie behind him with one arm, while his other met the sorcerer's desperate strike, taking the blade's vicious slash along his own forearm, instead of letting it reach Evie. The cursed metal bit deep, burning like both ice and fire simultaneously, searing pain radiating up his arm, the black poison instantly trying to snake into his veins. His protective instinct, pure, absolute, and overriding all pain, fueled his final assault, ignoring the searing agony. Roaring again in pure alpha fury, he disarmed the screeching sorcerer with brutal, bone-breaking efficiency, sending the cursed blade skittering across the stone floor. Just then, Kale and two of his bloodied but victorious warriors burst into the chamber, having finally overwhelmed the outer defenses and followed the sounds of the escalating conflict. "Alpha!" Kale roared, taking in the scene instantly. Their timely arrival sealed the sorcerer's fate, working seamlessly with Marcus and the elite guards, who had swiftly subdued the now leaderless and terrified apprentices. They quickly overpowered the weakened, stunned, magic-burned Nightweaver descendants, binding them securely with silver-laced chains before they could recover or attempt any further treachery. The ancient threat, the source of the curse, was finally contained. The battle, against all odds, was won. The battle was won. The central cavern, moments before filled with chaotic violence, clashing magic, and desperate struggle, fell into a profound, ringing silence, broken only by the ragged, heavy breathing of the victors, the pained, hateful groans of the captured. Securely bound sorcerers slumped against the cavern wall, and the faint, distant echo of Kale's diversionary force securing the main entrance. The immediate, terrifying threat, the ancient source of generations of Shadowclaw torment, was finally, definitively neutralized. The thick, oppressive dark magic that had saturated the chamber felt broken, dissipated like smoke, leaving the air feeling strangely clean, almost pure, despite the lingering scent of ozone, blood, and burnt flesh. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed with a calmer, steadier light. As the adrenaline began to fade, Marcus ignored the profusely bleeding, burning cursed wound on his arm, ignored the bound prisoners, ignored everything but the woman standing before him, her eyes wide with shock and relief. He pulled Evie into a fierce, trembling embrace, holding her tightly against his solid chest, burying his face in the soft curve of her neck and hair for a long moment, just breathing her in, the scent of wildflowers, parchment, and her own unique, courageous spirit, reassuring himself she was real, she was safe. He tilted her chin up gently, his stormy eyes, crystal clear and completely free of any trace of feral red, filled with overwhelming love, profound relief, and a bone-deep weariness that spoke of centuries of burden finally lifted. "You saved me, Evie," he whispered, his voice thick with raw, unrestrained emotion he no longer tried to hide, the carefully constructed walls around his heart crumbling completely. "Again, your love, your courage, your unwavering belief when I had none left. It saved me. You faced them down. You faced me down. You saved my soul." Ilara, looking utterly exhausted but profoundly relieved, her face streaked with soot and sweat, her robe singed, hurried over, immediately grabbing Marcus's injured arm with surprising strength, her expression grim with concern. "Cursed blade," she murmured, her fingers probing the edges of the angry, blackening wound. "Nightweaver poison, designed to fester, corrupt the blood, induce madness." She quickly retrieved a pouch from her belt, applying a thick, pungent, specially prepared neutralizing salve made from rare mountain herbs and powdered moonstone that sizzled and smoked on contact with the dark venom, drawing some of it out. Then, ignoring his injury for a moment, she placed her trembling hand gently on Marcus's chest, over his heart, closing her eyes, extending her own senses inward, probing his inner state, searching for any lingering trace of the ancient malignancy, the dissonant frequency of the maledictus sanguinis. A slow, wondrous smile spread across her wrinkled face, erasing years of worry and guilt. Tears of relief welled in her ancient eyes. "It's gone, Alpha," she breathed, her voice filled with absolute awe and tearful relief, looking from Marcus to Evie and back again. "The anchor in the Shadowfell is fractured, the external reinforcement here shattered, and the bond between you and the Luna, her sacrifice. Her love poured into that bond at the critical moment. It acted as a final shield, a buffer, severing the intrinsic blood connection completely. The sympathetic resonance is broken, the maledictus sanguinis. After all these centuries, it's broken, truly, finally broken, gone." Marcus felt it then, truly felt it for the first time, the profound, staggering absence of the curse. It wasn't just suppressed or dormant, held at bay by willpower or distance from the anchor. It was utterly, completely gone, a lifting of an immense, crushing weight he had carried unknowingly as a child, then knowingly as a man, his entire life. A profound, echoing silence in the depths of his mind were the beast's insidious whispers, its constant simmering rage. Its agonizing pain had always lurked just beneath the surface, a constant, exhausting battle to maintain control. He felt whole, unburdened, lighter, free, truly free, for the very first time in his existence. Tears, hot and unexpected, welled in his eyes, blurring his vision, not tears of pain or sorrow, but of staggering, overwhelming relief and profound gratitude that washed over him in cleansing waves. He pulled Evie even closer, simply holding her, anchoring himself to her presence as the unbelievable reality settled into his bones. Just then, a weary but visibly triumphant Kale pushed further into the cavern, his armor dented, his face grimed, but his eyes bright with victory. He nodded respectfully towards Marcus and Evie. "Alpha! Luna!" Word just came via the communication crystal from the northern command post. The Stonefangs had been routed. Volkov severely underestimated our resolve, our unity, and our defensive preparations. He tucked tail and fled back across the border when he saw the strength of our shield wall holding firm, unwilling to commit to a protracted siege. Their losses were heavy, ours were minimal, thanks to disciplined defense and superior positioning. The border is secure, the pack is safe, double victory. The external threat repelled, the internal curse broken. It felt unreal. The return journey to the keep was arduous, carrying their wounded and marching their bound prisoners, but triumphant. As Marcus, Evie, Ilara, and their victorious warriors emerged from the mountain passes into the bright dawn light, blinking in the sudden sunlight, they were met not with silence, but by the thunderous, relieved cheers of the assembled pack, alerted to the victory at the border by returning messengers and sensing, somehow, through the intricate web of pack connection, the fundamental, liberating shift in their alpha. They had gathered spontaneously at the fortress gates. The celebration that followed later that day was unlike any the Shadowclaw pack had seen in generations, not the grim, formalized feasts marking survival through another harsh winter or a bloody battle won, but a genuine, unrestrained outpouring of joy, profound relief, and reaffirmed unity. Music played, fires blazed brightly, food and ale flowed freely. Evie, standing proudly beside Marcus on the dais in the great hall, her healed hand clasped firmly, publicly in his, was hailed not just as Luna, but as their savior, their lightbringer, the wolf from the south who brought hope back to the shadows. Respect and genuine affection shone from almost every face looking up at them. The earlier hostility completely erased, replaced by gratitude and admiration. A week later, in a solemn, cathartic ceremony attended by the entire pack in the central courtyard under the bright midday sun, the cracked, now dormant keystone, retrieved carefully from the Shadowfell altar by Kale's team after the battle, was brought forth. It lay inert on a simple stone pedestal, its malevolent energy gone. Alara, invoking ancient chants of purification and cleansing, assisted by the pack elders, used focused sunlight channeled through a large, clear quartz crystal, a technique combining her knowledge with Evie's suggestion of light magic to meticulously, ritually dismantle its remaining dark energy structure, allowing it to dissipate harmlessly into the earth until only inert, mundane obsidian dust remained. Marcus himself took the bowl of dust and let the wind sweep it away, scattering it to the four corners, a symbolic release from centuries of torment, the physical symbol of their long suffering. The anchor of their collective fear was finally, irrevocably destroyed. A collective sigh of relief seemed to rise from the assembled pack, a burden lifted from them all, under the strong, unified leadership of Alpha Marcus Volkov, now whole, unburdened, and free, and Luna Evie Volkov, wise, compassionate, and beloved. A new era dawned for the Shadowclaw pack, the pervasive fear, isolating secrecy, and grim focus on mere survival that had permeated their existence for countless generations was meticulously, deliberately replaced by hope, open communication, active rebuilding of trust, and a renewed sense of shared purpose and community unity. Marcus led with the formidable strength and strategic wisdom, hard-won through his long ordeal, now tempered significantly by the compassion, diplomatic insight, and focus on community well-being that Evie brought from her Silverstream roots and her own innate character. They ruled together, a true partnership, their strengths complementing each other, consulting the council regularly, making decisions not through fear or intimidation, but through mutual respect, fairness, transparency, and a deep, unwavering commitment to their people's future prosperity and peace. Alliances were cautiously, carefully reforged with neighboring pacts, including, eventually, a wary truce with a humbled Stonefang pack brokered by Evie's diplomatic skill, based on mutual benefit and earned trust rather than Shadowclaw's historical dominance. Trade routes were reopened, knowledge was shared. The captured sorcerers, after revealing what little they knew of other potential hidden threats or lingering dark magic pockets in the mountains under intense questioning, aided by Alara's truth spells, were dealt with justly according to ancient interpack laws regarding the practice of forbidden dark magic, stripped of their power through a painful ritual and exiled under magical binding to a barren, isolated archipelago far beyond the northern reaches, ensuring they could never again threaten the region. Lorne, facing pack justice before Marcus, Evie, and the full council, was stripped of all rank and status. His name effectively erased from the Gamma lineage. He was condemned to lifelong service in the lowest Omega duties, mucking out stables, hauling firewood, tasks designed to break his arrogance, a harsh but just sentence for his profound betrayal, constantly reminded of the unity he tried to shatter. He remained bitter but powerless. Alara, her past transgression fully absolved by her crucial role in the victory and her open honesty, served faithfully and wisely as head healer and respected elder, her vast knowledge now used solely for healing, preservation of lore, and teaching the next generation of healers, ensuring her mistake wasn't repeated. Kale remained Marcus's steadfast right hand, his loyalty absolute, his position as Beta affirmed and celebrated by the pack, his bond with Marcus now deeper than ever. Even Theron, humbled and matured by the events, particularly witnessing Lorne's treachery and Evie's courage, found his place. Recognizing the strength in Marcus's new leadership style that balanced ferocity with wisdom, he channeled his ambition and strength into leading the training regimens for the younger warriors, fiercely loyal now to the Alpha and Luna, who had saved them all from darkness and division, teaching tactics that emphasized skill and defense alongside strength. 2 years later, standing on the highest battlement of the Shadowclaw keep under a peaceful, full silver moon, Marcus pulled Evie close into his arms, wrapping her snugly in the warmth of his embrace and his heavy fur-lined cloak. The night air was crisp and clean, carrying the familiar, now comforting sense of pine, distant hearth smoke from the village below the keep, and rain-washed stone. There was no trace of the old, suffocating dread that used to accompany the full moon. No echo of the beast's tormented howl on the wind, only profound peace and the quiet, contented hum of the thriving pack resting safely below them. Children's laughter echoed faintly from the lower levels, chasing fireflies in the courtyard, a sound rarely heard so freely before in the grim fortress. The keep itself felt different, less a fortress against the world and more a home. I never thought I'd see a full moon without feeling that cold dread tightening my chest, Marcus murmured, resting his cheek against her soft hair, his voice filled with quiet wonder and enduring gratitude. Never thought I'd feel quiet inside, truly quiet. Like the storm finally broke, he looked down at her, his whiskey storm eyes reflecting the gentle moonlight, filled with fierce tenderness and unwavering adoration. You gave me back the night, Evie. You gave me back my life, my pack, my soul. You showed me that strength isn't just about enduring pain alone, but about finding connection in the light. Evie smiled, leaning contentedly into his strength, feeling the steady, calm beat of his heart against her ear, a healthy, powerful rhythm unbound by agony or monstrous rage. We saved each other, Marcus, she whispered, tilting her head back to meet his loving gaze. We found our way through the darkness. Together, you taught me the strength of the North, and perhaps I reminded you of the strength found in compassion. We built this peace, this future, side by side. He lowered his head, capturing her lips in a deep, lingering kiss filled with all the love, passion, shared history, and profound gratitude that words could never fully express. A kiss that sealed their improbable beginning forged in fear, celebrated their hard-won present peace, and promised a long, bright, shared future under the watchful, now benevolent, moon. Their love story, born from a desperate political alliance, tempered by ancient curses, treacherous dark magic, and bitter betrayal, had become a new, enduring legend whispered among the northern packs, not a cautionary tale of fear and suffering, but a powerful testament to the enduring strength of courage, acceptance, empathy, and love's unwavering ability to conquer even the deepest, most entrenched darkness, ensuring a bright future defined not by a curse, but by enduring strength, unwavering compassion, and lasting peace for the Alpha, his Luna, and the thriving, united Shadowclaw pack.